smile. I've worked with 2 or 3, and when the night is done, I remember being tired of crying over you. I'm gonna take my heartache, and here's what I'll do. Come on, Gabby. And one more thing I learned, there's no more me and you. I'm tired of crying over you. I'm gonna take my heartache, and here's what I'll do. I'm tired of crying over you. Yeah, crying over you.
Dinkfelder, Citra, Vieira, Miranda,
Here.
and Goose.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clerk, Ms. Shelby, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the City Council, members of the public. Today, Thursday, May 13th of 2021, this evening's meeting at 6 p.m. is a quasi-judicial and other land use-related matters of the Tampa City Council. It's being held during the COVID-19 state of emergency, and it's being conducted live with an in-person quorum present in City Council chambers, as you've heard by the clerk. However, in response to the COVID-19 restrictions, members of the public are encouraged to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. These meetings are held in accordance with the Emergency Rules of Procedure of City Council as adopted by Resolution Number 2020-225 and as amended by Resolution Number 2020-490. Tonight, the public and the citizens of the City of Tampa are able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on cable TV Spectrum Channel 640 and Frontier Channel 15 and on the internet at tampa.gov/live stream, one word. Now, there are ways for people to participate in these hearings. They can participate remotely through CMT, and they must pre-register to do so. Instructions on how to participate and pre-register is at tampa.gov/quasi, spelled QUASI. And the instructions are available there. There are requirements. Besides pre-registering, you must use a specific media device, such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera that will enable you to be seen by video and heard by audio. Cell phones and smartphones are not compatible, as they will not allow you to share your camera when connected, so please keep that in mind. And again, all those forms and instructions are available on the tampa.gov/quasi website. There are opportunities for people to send in comments in advance via email, and there are also opportunities to send in comments via U.S. mail. Also, applicants and interested members of the public who wish to appear in person using CMT or do not have access to a communications media device or unable to participate via CMT, they may utilize the CMT facilities that are being made available to the public tonight by the City of Tampa here at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard on the 2nd floor. And please note that use of masks and social distancing inside the building are encouraged. To read the comments delivered and received by mail and email, those are available to be accessed at tampa.gov/agendas. And again, those instructions are available on the city's website. Written comments received by mail or email are distributed and have been distributed to City Council and will also be included in the permanent record of the meeting. And all public comments received timely by mail, email, or CMT will be afforded equal consideration as if the public comments were made in person. And finally, Council, Those who are participating remotely through the GoToMeeting platform on the city's pre-registration, there is a chat function, and a reminder that that is only for technical issues. Please be reminded, members of the public, that the chat function is not to be used by the public to communicate to city council members. And likewise, council, please be reminded of your obligation if you receive any ex parte communications during the hearings, please immediately disclose them publicly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. I have a memo from Mr. Councilman Citro, his absence. Motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Madam Clerk. Mr. Shelby, would you like to go through the agenda, sir, clear up any items,
I
housekeeping? this
believe
time?
there is some housekeeping items. Mr. Manasseh is available for you to go through the agenda.
Mr. Manasseh, you there, sir?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Ryan Manasseh with Development Coordination. Good evening, Council. Item number 3 is requesting a continuance. That's RAZ 2105, and they are requesting a continuance to October 14th at 6 p.m. I believe the agent, Steve McLeany, he may be present downstairs.
Motion for continuance for October 14th. Motion by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed?
And Mr. Chairman, if I can, that is May.
14th?
We're in May, June, July, August, September,
October
October.
14th?
That's 5 months out. And the question I have, I guess, for Mr. McElhaney is, does he intend to advertise that? Because just council, you and the public should be aware that normally for continuances, there is no additional mailing or posting with regard to the continued date. So the only way that the public would know would be to be aware that October 14th at 6 p.m. is the date that's being asked and will be set tonight if that's council's pleasure. Mr. McElhaney is present.
Mr. McLeany? Mr. McLeany?
Yes, sir. We don't have any problem renoticing. That date is kind of far off, and it would be appropriate for us to renotice.
Included in my motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manasseh, Development Coordination.
I'm sorry, was there a vote? Was there a vote on
There
that?
was a vote, sir.
Okay, it wasn't a roll call vote, it was just all
Okay,
in
roll
favor.
call, you like prefer a roll call vote, sir?
For a quasi-judicial
Okay.
matter.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera, Citro, Maniscalco, and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent.
Thank you. Mr. Manasseh?
Thank you, Chair. Item number 4, RAZ 2106, is requesting a continuance. There's some technical issues we have to work out with the site plan, and that is to continue to June 10th, 2021 at 6 p.m. There is space available, and just so you're aware, Chair, we are checking that to make sure we're not going over our limit.
Thank you, sir. Have a motion, Mr. Maniscalco.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera, Citro, Maniscalco, and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent.
Thank you. Mr. Manasseh?
Thank you, sir. Item number 6, RAZ 21-25, cannot be heard. They missed notice, so that just needs to be removed.
Move to strike.
Motion by Mr. Dingfelder, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera, Citro, Maniscalco, and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent.
Mr. Manasseh?
Thank you, Chair. Last item, item number 8 and 9, that's more informational. If we could please, when we get to those items, open them together. That is a rezoning along with the DRI. They need to be heard together, but voted separately. And just for your information, the rezoning would have to be voted for first. I just wanted to make that apparent at the beginning of this agenda. And then also staff needs to be sworn in before we start our item number 1.
Thank you, sir. Move to open the quasi-hearings.
So move it, Chairman.
Mr. Miranda, a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're open. Item number 1.
Please raise your right hand.
Our screens are not up. There we go.
Do Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi there, Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination. Case REZ 20-83. The applicant and representative is Michelle Lamont. The property address here is 1909 West Erna Drive. This is proposing a rezoning from RS60 residential single family to PD Plan Development residential single family detached. I'll defer over to the Planning Commission at this time.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. Can I have permission to share my screen?
Council, good evening.
Good evening.
Am I being heard?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Council, my name is Michelle Lamont, and I am the owner of 1909 West Erna Drive.
Ms. Lamont, I believe that they've asked Jennifer Malone to make the presentation on behalf of the Planning Commission.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. I hope everybody can see that screen for REZ 2083. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District. It is a single-family detached, within a single-family detached neighborhood, but we do have a school, the Trinity School for children in the vicinity, and then to the north is a hospital. That land use pattern is also present on the future land use map. The orange color is the residential 10 future land use designation, and that is the subject site's designation. That school is under community mixed use 35, which is the pink color. And then the blue is the public, semi-public, which is the hospital I pointed out on the aerial. The red is community commercial 35. Those are some commercial uses. It's not present on the map, but Armenia Avenue is located just to the west of the subject site. And so there's several commercial uses along Armenia Avenue. The closest transit stop is approximately a quarter mile to the west of the subject site on North Armenia. It's located within a level D evacuation zone, and the closest recreational facility is Alobez Park, which is approximately 2 miles west of the site. The Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the plan. This portion of West Erna Drive and West Dallas Avenue have an existing density of only 3.63 dwelling units per acre. The planned development is proposing 2 single-family detached residences at an overall density for the site of 4.87, which is well below what can be considered under the residential 10 future land use designation. So this request supports the policy direction of the plan, which encourages new housing for Tampa's growing population, especially on those vacant or underutilized sites. And this would allow for compatible infill development within an area that is planned for this development pattern of up to 10 dwelling units per acre. So that concludes my presentation. I will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? Mr. Hussein?
Thank you so much. Can I please have the screen, please? See how I get this. Wonderful. Can you see my screen?
Can see your screen, sir.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, REZ 20-83. Property address here is 1909 West Erna Drive. There are no waivers being requested. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property at 1909 West Erna Drive from RS60 residential single family to PD to allow for 2 single family detached residential lots. The property contains a total of 17,772.20 square feet. The minimum lot area for the RS60 zoning district is 6,000 square feet, and both proposed lots, parcel 1 containing 10,464.20 square feet, and parcel 2 containing 7,308 square feet meets this requirement. The minimum lot width for RS60 zoning district is 60 feet. Parcel 1 meets this requirement, and parcel 2 does not meet this requirement, which is why the applicant must request the approval through a PD at this time. The application requests for the lot as configured to be constructed with 1 detached single-family residential structure on each lot. Parcel 1 has an existing detached single-family residential structure which will remain. This property is located in the Wishhart's replat of Wells Park subdivision, which was platted in 1939. The site is located on the northeast corner of the West Erna Drive, West Dallas Avenue intersection. The proposed PD setbacks for parcel 1 are to the north, 25 feet, south, 25 feet, east, 7 feet, and west, 7 feet. Vehicular access must have a setback of 10 feet for 2 cars and 18 feet for 1 car. For parcel 2, to the north you have 25 feet setback, south 25 feet setback, east 7 feet, and west 7 feet. The maximum building heights for parcel 1 and parcel 2 need to be labeled on the site plan under the site data table. Elevations identify a building height of 20 feet. The property is surrounded by the zoning district RS60 to the north, south, east, and west with single-family detached dwellings on all sides. The Wishart plat was originally platted in 1939. The overall plat extends from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard north to Hillsborough Avenue, west to parts of the Armenia Avenue, and east to the Hillsborough River and Newport Avenue. The subject application seeks to split the lot of record to create 2 buildable lots. The overall area of analysis included 245 total zoning lots. 3 or 1% of those lots have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less, and 242 or 99% have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater. Pursuant to a review of the existing development pattern, the subject block contains 11 total zoning lots. 11 or 100% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 0 have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. The 1900 block of West Erna Drive contains 18 total zoning lots. 18 or 100% of those lots have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 0 have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. No lots of the subject block face have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. Staff has identified that 99% of the lots in the study, 100% of the subject block, and 100% of the block face and 1900 block of West Erna Drive are 60 feet or greater in width. Staff finds the proposed reconfiguration of the proposed lots to be inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the overall study area, block and block face. Coming to my next site here, you will see on the configuring map that this is inconsistent. If you look at the black area right here around the site, in the area there are no other lots like this. As you see overhead view of the map, there are no historic landmarks around the area. And you see the site plan here. Looking at the elevations, to the right you have the existing structure, and to the left of the elevations you see the proposed structure. Pictures of the site, if you look at the first picture, you see the site itself where the structure is currently residing. You see a street to your east side and another single-family residential house to your south. To the west of the site, you see the intersection for West Dallas. And to the north of the site, you see West Dallas coming north to south. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please reference findings by Development Coordination related to the existing development pattern in the immediate area. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. Thank you. I'm available for questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? We'll hear from the applicant, Ms. Lamont.
Council, good evening.
Good evening.
I want to simply state that it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. One of the things that's important to this property is this is a project that has been in my family for a few years, and something my brother started. We're trying to finish it. Unfortunately, he passed away early, and we've been a part of the Wellswood area since the early 80s. So the property means a lot. I know it's a very unique property as we speak, and I would like to build a single-story 1,800 square foot home with a double car garage and designed with decorative brick and stucco. The building height would be 20 feet. There are some trees located on the property that would be relocated and transplanted. There are actually 8 trees, 7 palms and a magnolia. None will be removed from the land. Also, we'd like to create a safe environment, and we're looking to put 142 feet of sidewalk on Erna Drive, and also 126 feet of sidewalk on Dallas Avenue. Respectfully, I'm asking for approval of this rezoning.
Any questions, gentlemen?
I had a quick question.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Lamont, I was trying to look at the site plan, but maybe you can just tell me quicker than I can find it. If you got the approval, it looks like you're going to keep one of the houses. Is that correct? The one to the left?
That is correct.
And then the one to the right, you're going to build a new house. What sort of separation would you be having between the two homes? In other words, sometimes we get these, and the left side, the old house, is already very, very close to the property line, after the split, and then it sort of looks and feels kind of strange. So what's your situation in that regard?
We have 7 feet on each, from each dwelling to the property line, so there would be a total of 14 feet between dwellings.
Okay, which is, I believe, standard code. Is that right, sir? Yep.
Yes, thank you from that.
Okay. All right. That was my main question. Otherwise, it appears that the whole reason that you're having to do the PD is because you're 2 feet off of the required 60 feet. You're at 58 feet?
That is correct.
Okay. And staff, that's your understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you both.
Anyone else? All right. Do we have anybody downstairs speak on this item?
This is Jane Madhu with Development and Growth Management. There is no one to speak on this item.
We have anybody?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you. Move to close.
So move.
Motion by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Vieira, you mind reading, sir? Item number 1.
I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1909 West Erna Drive in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, RS60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date. I find the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development is conditioned and shown that the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code.
Motion made by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Question on the
Discussion.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dingfellow, you recognize.
Yes, sir. As council is aware, there's some neighborhoods that are very sensitive and very ticklish about this sort of, quote, lot split and reduction from the required, in this case, 60 feet to 58 feet. This neighborhood, which was duly noticed and advertised with a sign out front, doesn't seem to be here, and I don't believe we've heard from them in writing. As I look around, the other concern I normally would have, in addition to neighborhood objection, is also precedent. And as I look around in the surrounding blocks on her side, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of opportunity for additional lot splits up on the northern segment. Toward the south, there's quite a few, it looks like there's quite a few larger lots, and we might be seeing those down the road. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Continue with the vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco. Citro, Viera,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
and Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Citro being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 3rd at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And
Mr.
and
Dingfelder?
she needed to make changes, work with staff to make changes. She's aware of that?
Ms. Maness?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi. Yes, Councilman Dingfelder, she does have the staff report with the revision sheet, and Michelle is aware to make those revisions between first and second reading, and she can contact me if she has any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rassi, item
Thank you.
number 2.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 2 is file number REZ 2104. The property is requesting to rezone the property generally located at 4465 and 4467 West Gandy Boulevard from CI to PD, plan development for multifamily residential. I'll defer to the Planning Commission, and if you would please return to me after.
Jennifer Mullen with the Planning Commission. I'm going to share my screen. This is REZ 2104. As Ryan already stated, it's in the South Tampa Planning District. There's a transit stop only about 400 feet to the east of the subject site. It is in Evacuation Zone A and within the coastal high hazard area. So this subject site outlined in the purple. There's a retention pond to the east of the subject site. To the west of the subject site is a multi-family development. To the south is strip commercial development and a parking lot. There are single-family detached homes to the north. Gandy Boulevard is located to the south, and Manhattan Avenue is located to the east. The subject site is designated Urban Mixed Use 60. That is the lighter purple color on the map. To the north is Community Mixed Use 35 along South Manhattan in the pink. The orange is Residential 10. That's the single-family detached neighborhood. This brown color is the Residential 35. That's the multifamily that I pointed out earlier. You can see that the Urban Mixed Use 60 pattern is present along Gandy Boulevard as well. So the subject site is proposing the multifamily, as Ryan stated. It can be considered for a maximum of 343 dwelling units by right under this future land use, up to 411 dwelling units with the bonus, and the applicant is proposing 313 dwelling units. So that is below the maximum that can be considered with this future land use designation. The applicant has also addressed the coastal high hazard area by providing a commitment to meet all City of Tampa code requirements, including coordination of any hurricane mitigation payments with Hillsborough County and the City of Tampa through General Note number 5 on the site plan. The Planning Commission staff found that the orientation of the building, which I'm sure Ryan will go into more for his report, we found that the orientation provided sensitivity to that single-family detached neighborhood to the north. The applicant has also provided some pedestrian access and sidewalk connections as well for the residents of this proposed multifamily building. So overall, it is consistent with the intensity and density anticipated under this future land use designation under the Urban Mixed Use 60, and is comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern and the development that is anticipated through the comprehensive plan future land use map. And that concludes my presentation, but I will be available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Thank you, Mr. Malone. Ms. Vanessa?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to share my screen. If you'd please let me know if you see the title.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Again, file number REZ 2104. I'm Ryan Manassi with Development Coordination. Sorry, the screen is still waiting. There we go. Again, the property is requesting a rezone from CI to PD for that residential multifamily. I wanted to point out the proposed waivers as shown on the slide in front of you. There are 7 proposed waivers. You can see the first 3 are coming from that section 27283. First one being 0.15, second being 14 and 7. And these waivers are coming from 2 parts, transportation as well as natural resources. Just to point out a few of them, I know they're on screen, they've been in your staff reports, but there are a reduction in the required parking spaces. Also to allow the loading space in lieu for waiver number 1, reduction in the loading berths, and to retain less than 40% of the existing trees, paying into the tree trust fund, and a reduction in the minimum green space requirement, and you can see the outline there. Also, there is a reduction request for the buffer along O'Keller Avenue. So with that being said, again, the petitioner at 4465 and 4467 West Gandy Boulevard to rezone CI to PD, and that's to construct that 313 multifamily residential dwelling units in a 274,152 square foot, 4-story building with surface parking area. The 6.95 acre property is located 1 lot west of the West O'Keller Avenue and South Manhattan Avenue intersection. The site is surrounded by detached single-family residence to the north in RS60 zoning district, south by commercial uses in the CI zoning district, east by commercial uses in the PD and CI zoning district, and west by office use in the RO1 zoning district and multifamily residential use in the RM24 zoning district. The proposed building setbacks are north 0 feet. And I put a note on here that needs to be revised, and it's in our revision sheet as well, due to the porte-cochere that's on the north side of the proposed structure. It's going almost 0, it appears to be 0 to the property line to the north, so that setback we are requesting to be labeled at 0. South 10 feet, east 5 foot, and west 10 feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 60 feet, that's 4 stories. And then based on the proposed number of dwelling units and bedrooms, a total of 437 parking spaces are required and 394 are being provided, which is that 10% reduction. And there is that associated waiver that's presented in the staff report as well. Vehicular access to the surface parking lot is proposed on West O'Keller Avenue with a circular drive at the main building entrance and 3 additional access points at the south end of the subject site. Jennifer did a great job pointing out the direction of the subject site, which is outlined in red. What I will point out is that there are no historic landmarks within the local or national 1,000-foot buffer that we try to locate within this aerial map. But as you can see, there is predominantly commercial to the south, to the east. There's that residential multifamily to the west, as well as that office. And then you have that RS60 zoning district to the north where the single-family homes are located. The site plan, so the building outline will show you here, it's towards the east side of the property. I'm trying to roll my cursor over it, and here's that circular drive that's outlined on O'Keller. And just to reference, the 0-foot setback is this porte-cochere that is outlined on the site plan, that we would want that setback to be reduced because anything over 36 inches needs to be called out as the setback. The other access on O'Keller is shown over here to the west. And then there's 3 access points to the south. And here's the large surface parking lot that's being provided for the required parking. As you can see, it's a block formation building with a courtyard in the middle and some lap pools and such in the center of the multifamily residential building. The elevations provided, they're also front, but they also show the directions, the west, the right end and the left end. And then just some pictures of the subject site. It's a larger site, so forgive me for using the aerial more. It's probably easier to understand where the location is, but there's a large strip center where the subject site is, and this goes across to the west to the east. Here's that retention pond that you probably saw in the aerial, and this is the street directly to the east, and then the properties across the street there. Left picture is that neighborhood to the north, that residential single family. Center is that commercial. And then the picture to the right is the rear of the existing structure that would have to be demolished in order to construct the proposed building. Based on the staff report, the development review and compliance staff has reviewed the petition, and we find the request inconsistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Please refer to findings by transportation for those waivers being requested. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the waivers as identified in the report, as well as the application, there are further modifications to the site plan required between first and second reading of the ordinance, as stated on the revision sheet. As such, staff is available for any questions that you may have, and that completes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, gentlemen? Okay, well,
I had a question.
Mr. Stigler, you recognize.
Transportation. I think I saw Jonathan's smiling face.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Jonathan. Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you tell us about access to this property? It's 300 and something units, 343, is that what it is? 313 units. What's the current access in terms of to Gandy and/or to the adjacent neighborhood to the north, and what's the proposed access?
Jonathan Scott, City of Tampa Transportation Planning. The property currently has access to both Oak Heller, and it goes into that alley, and I guess it has like cross access. You can go over to the Gandy, of course. And the proposed site plan, they are going to access Oak Heller, and they'll have access to the alley as well to the east of the property there. Or actually, it's to the south, I should say. No, it's to the east. And
So
then
all-
they could
so all
cross
of the-
access as well to the south as well.
So has there been a transportation study done in terms of comparing it looked like that strip mall has been closed down or at least partially closed down for a while. Has there been a study comparing the existing traffic compared to the proposed traffic that might go through that neighborhood to the north?
Yes, they did do a comparison. Now, they were considered a net decrease in overall traffic. The way we look at it, we look at it based on the ITE, International Transportation of Engineers, trips. So that existing use of the strip center to the proposed multifamily use has about 4,000 trips per day less with the new proposed use. So they're a net decrease. They didn't really do a full-blown traffic study. They just did like a traffic memo to state that fact. They weren't required to do a traffic study since they're generating less traffic, so to say.
But there's no actual counts or anything, rubber, I guess they used to do the rubber thing in the road, no counts in terms of what the existing flow is to the neighborhood as compared to what the proposed flow might be?
No, they weren't required to do anything that we go on based on prior use, and we used ITE trip calculations.
And the trip calculations are based upon the commercial space that's there, not necessarily how it's been used in recent years or not been used in recent years. It's just the amount of
That is
square.
correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll be on standby.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right, we'll hear from the applicant, Steve McElhaney.
Great, you don't see that? Not sure. All right. John Lum, 2811 Bay Point Circle, proudly 33611 resident for the last 30 years. And I'm just putting on the Elmo here a picture of what the site looked like 25 years ago when the construction started on this site.
Have you been sworn, sir?
Yes, I've been sworn in, sorry, yeah. And you can see that we all watched it, all the South Tampa residents watched this thing get built, and 180,000 square feet of retail was built here. Cash and Carry was the initial developer. They failed. Winn-Dixie failed. They've had roller skating rinks, thrift shops, Sonic drive-throus, UFIT gyms. You can go on and on. The amount of retailers that have been back here, and they've all failed. And the brewery that's there right now has been struggling. The three residents that are there on the west side, there's a beauty shop and a nail salon. They're both paying about $10 a foot rent, which is way below market. And then we got a nice massage parlor with some human trafficking or whatever goes on in those things, and they're very successful. But otherwise, this has not been a successful plaza. The church bought the old Winn-Dixie site, and so that's not a retail use either. We feel like it's a great adaptive reuse development opportunity. Our goal here is to do some market rate affordable housing for our hometown heroes. You'll, I don't think, ever have seen a 66% project like this where 66% of the apartments will be either micro units or studios. Councilman Dingfelder and I have spoken about this before, that developers don't usually do this much of a, affordable housing centric development, and we are here to do that. And we hope people understand that in 100 years from now, we're probably going to build this out of concrete block. These will still be here for folks that can no longer afford housing in South Tampa. Folks making between $39,000 and $45,000 a year, teachers, firemen, first responders. So appreciate your time tonight.
Hello, my name is Bob Grease. I'm John Lum's partner. I've been a member of the Tampa Bay community for 30 years, and I'm also an active philanthropist. Recently, many of my employees have told me they are moving to Pinellas County because they can no longer afford to live here. This is not about just building another apartment complex. We have a desperate need for new market rate affordable housing. Currently, if you have $1,200 a month to spend, you're either going to live in 40-year-old apartments or you are moving to Pinellas, Lutz, or Bradenton. My partner John and I are trying to build affordable market rate housing for nurses, teachers, first responders, and others so they stay in our community. This is a retail site that has never worked for 30 years, and if we're forced to sell this to another large retail developer, traffic will be 10 times worse than an apartment complex. As for Michael Beard of 813 Brewing has tried to make us the evil real estate developers and publicize this in the media, please know that he has not paid rent for 1.5 years, not a single dollar. This doesn't work as a retail complex. I hope you will support my partner John Lum and I in building desperately needed, and I will say it again, desperately needed market rate affordable housing so we stop losing Tampa residents to other communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council. Those were the two property owners involved in the project. If you'll queue up the PowerPoint, we'll go through the presentation for you.
We know your name. Could you state your name for the record, please, Steve?
Steve Michelini. I have been sworn, and I'm a representative for this project at 4465 Gandy, at REZ 2104. Next slide, please. If you could blow that up some. This is the proposed site that is before the City Council, and I just want to go through a couple of things with you. There is a very large access driveway on the east end of this property that goes into Oak Keller, and that driveway will be removed. It's very, very wide, and I think in some of the discussions with the neighbors, they had requested that we consider that to be removed, and so we're going to do that, and we can make that change if the council moves forward with this between first and second reading. Also, if you'll note, they asked for some additional landscaping along Oak Keller, and instead of being 2-inch trees, those will all be 4-inch trees throughout the site, which will give it an immediate high visibility and green corridor. On the rear of the property, I think you will see on some of the photographs here that, just 1 second here. If you'll go to the overhead. This is the rear of the property, which currently faces Oak Keller, and you'll see that there's a cell phone tower. Let me go back to the overhead. And you'll see that this cell tower, and there's also an extremely large generator that's here that will also be removed. This is the section along Oak Keller currently, and this is what faces the neighborhood. You're also looking at the edge of the driveway that's going to be removed. This is a view from Oak Keller to the back of the building. We're also working with TECO to do something about the power lines, and there is a plan for those to be buried along that side. This is the west side of the property that faces an apartment complex and another parking lot. And again, the proposal would be to remove all of that. This is the aerial photograph of the entire facility that is being planned for demolition. And if you look on the right-hand side over here, this is the driveway that goes into Oak Keller that's being planned to be removed. This is the driveway that currently accesses Oak Keller. You can see it's very wide, and that's going to be removed. We can go back to the PowerPoint, please. Next slide. Well, let me just stay on here for a second. We are actually increasing the amount of green space that currently exists on the site. Although we're short and we're asking for a waiver, we are exceeding what currently exists. This site is, except for the
Hold on a second, Mr. McElhaney. Technical, we don't have any screens on the dais at all. Thank you, sir. You may continue, sir.
Okay, except for the islands, there is no green space on this property, relatively small. I think we keep switching back and forth here, so are you seeing this screen?
Yes, sir, we're seeing it.
We are actually reducing the impervious area by 15%. And as you well know, that we cannot waive technical standards regarding drainage. So we have to meet all of the stormwater and drainage codes. We also are trying to establish this as a retrofit for CI zoning. It has an urban mixed-use 60 designation, which is extremely high, and you know from the other earlier discussions that we talked about Gandy being a transit corridor and being acceptable for this type of development and should be encouraged. It already has the correct zoning. Our issue is that we have to have some of those waivers. Now we have reconfigured the parking lot so that we now are at 422 spaces, and will require a reduction from 444 to 422, which would be 20 spaces and not the larger number. We're proposing the 313 units. If we can go to the next space here, or next slide. We have sufficient infrastructure for water and sewer. And next slide, please. This is a photograph of the front of the buildings that we're planning to demolish, as well as the back side that fronts on Oak Keller and the east on the west side of the building. Next. The subject site is already classified and identified as a mixed-use corridor, and as I started to say earlier, it's a transit emphasis corridor, and we're consistent with the land use provisions contained in the comprehensive plan, and they're outlined here for you. The transformation making the corridors included a broader mix of uses as both horizontal and vertical, and this provides for opportunities for medium and higher density housing. Housing is a critical need, and I think as Mr. Grease and Mr. Lum both pointed out, that this would be the first time that we're trying to achieve a lower price point on affordable housing. And that is what's driving this density up, although we're still below the 50 units per acre that would be allowed by right. 60 units per acre would require an FAR and a special agreement with the city. If you look at land use policy 6.1.5, it encourages design and development along mixed-use corridors that promotes the use of public transit, pedestrian and bicycle transit, maximizing potential. We plan to have a bicycle rental stand on site, as well as a scooter stand on site, and a new concept which is called Zip Car, which is an instant car rental for local commuting use on site to help mitigate the reduction in parking. We also are exploring the use through a lease agreement or purchase of an adjacent parcel, which is already a parking lot. We didn't want to get into that with this proposal because it would change our site plan and potentially would kick us back into a complete new review. We believe that we have met the criteria regarding this particular proposal. We have transportation. We've been in full discussions with them regarding this. Their objection and finding of inconsistency was based on the number of spaces that were being requested to be waived. However, we believe that we presented enough sufficient mitigating alternatives to account for those 22 spaces. And again, we will have to show that reconfiguration between first and second reading should the council choose to move forward with this. We're also going to provide sidewalks along Oak Heller that previously have no sidewalks, and they'll be built according to the City of Tampa Code. We're not seeking waivers or in lieu fees for the sidewalks. We're removing 100,000 square feet of commercial property, and if you look at the code, you will see that that by right, they could not only go to over 100,000 square feet of commercial property, but they also could increase that even further because the FAR there, without an agreement, is 3.25. So that yields, and it's in your staff report, something like 900,000 square feet of commercial property. Next slide, please, on the PowerPoint. We did a traffic analysis, as Mr. Dingfelder requested, and this is based upon the ITE trip generation manual, which assumes that the 100,000 square feet of commercial would be occupied, and it also assumes that the proposed apartments at 313 would be fully occupied. And you see there's a difference here between existing use that's permitted and allowed at 5,934 vehicles and trips per day versus 1,682 trips per day, which is about 3.5 times more than the proposed use is less than the existing use is allowed. Next slide, please. This shows you the transit corridors, the evacuation map. We have talked to both Tampa Fire Rescue and Tampa Police Department regarding the evacuation plans. Those evacuation plans start out 5 days in advance, not 1 or 2 days in advance, and they progressively get stronger in terms of their encouragement to leave if that's the choice of the residents there. And this would include all of the homeowners along Oak Keller, Cortez, and Hesperdes, as well as this apartment is proposed. Those criteria involve, the first is an annunciation with loudspeakers driving up and down the street, and also multimedia approaches, listings in social media encouraging people, if they live in certain areas, to consider evacuation. And then as it gets closer to the event, if there is one, on the 4th day out, it gets more intensive, and on the 3rd day and the 2nd day, and then if there's an immediate event that's about to occur, then it gets even more stringent. That includes transportation for any of those residents in the event that they can't or won't drive their own vehicles. It includes transportation to shelters.
How much more time you need, Mr. McLean?
I'm sorry?
How much more time you need?
Just a couple more minutes would be good, I think. I think we've been through all of the site plan, but I wanted to cover the evacuation plans that everyone is covered. And the last thing that happens is that the police or the fire department goes door to door and indicates to individuals that they have a way out if they wish one. Next slide, please. This shows the capacity of the evacuation shelters, and basically Hillsboro's got 52,316 vacancies or spaces for individuals. Next slide, please. This is just the redevelopment plan, and John went over this. Next slide, please. We're removing the cell tower. We're removing the generator. We're rotating the structure because the neighbors didn't want the main building to be facing Oak Keller, and we're removing the balconies that face Oak Keller. We're also working with the City of Tampa Mobility Department regarding off-site improvements to Oak Keller and the immediate vicinity. And some of the things the neighbors asked for were crosswalks, traffic calming measures, sidewalks, public transportation. And as the staff mentioned, we have adequate retail as well as transportation, public transportation within less than a quarter of a mile. Next slide, please. This is an overview showing you all of the retail that's available within the area. And all of that's within less than a quarter mile, and it's all walking distance. And again, we're providing bicycle stations, scooter stations, and the instant rental car. Next, please. These are the failed retail centers. Next. Next, please. You've seen, we talked about this. Next, this is apartments. And this is what could be built there by right. It's massive, and this is not what we're wanting to do. Next slide. This is what we're proposing is the last slide, showing you the apartments that we're requesting at 313 units, 4 stories, and with the appropriate amenities and the changes that we have recommended that we may be able to be made between first and second reading, as well as the conditions set forth in the city's request for us to make changes. So anyway, we respectfully request your assistance in making this project happen. I'll be happy to answer any questions for you. Should we go forward with this?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carlson, you recognize.
Thank you. Mr. Michelini, Mr. Grease earlier mentioned the tenant. About 2/3 to 3/4 of the emails that I've gotten reference people's concern about the tenant moving out. Unless legal tells me otherwise, I don't think City Council has any control over that. But could you just tell us what from your understanding is available now? What could you do to the property now? And with the current entitlements that you have, would you be likely to keep that building at all? Or it sounds like you mentioned a minute ago you're going to tear it down. Is it likely that that building would stay if this doesn't go through tonight, or what would you be entitled to do today?
It's not likely that the building would stay. I have discussed the issue regarding the tenant with the city legal department, and it is a civil matter between that tenant and the landlord, and so we're really not going to address that. But I think the number is 970,000 square feet by entitlement, which is significantly higher and more intensive than what currently is there. And it is significantly higher and more intensive than what we're proposing.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions, Mr. McLeany. Just for clarity and clarification, you described Mr. Lum and Mr. Grease as the owners, the property owners. Are they currently the owners?
Mr. Grease is the owner. Mr. Lum and Mr. Grease are partners on the project.
Okay, so they're not under contract. They're actually the owners.
Mr. Grease is the absolute owner. That's
okay.
correct.
And
If I may, Councilman Dingfelder, just for clarification on the application, it indicates that the property owner is GF Alt Finance 2 LLC. So rather than individuals being the owner, perhaps they are representing the owner.
That company is, Mr. Grease is the principal in that company. But
okay.
He can.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody's on the right page when we say things. In regard to Mr. Lum started out by, and Mr. Grease followed, and you were the third to talk about market rate affordable housing. And when we look at the publication that you provided to us, this Cameo, it also speaks to market rate affordable housing, and he spoke to housing teachers and that sort of thing, which I think is a wonderful thing. Is there anywhere on the site plan or within the conditions that speak to the amount of rent that's going to be charged, or even the square footage of the individual units? I brought the wrong glasses today, so I'm having trouble reading the fine print on the site plan, and that's why I'm asking the question. First to you, Steve, and then I'll ask staff the same thing.
First of all, that is a condition that would have to be addressed at the end. When the project was finally built, we don't know what construction costs are going to be, but we did outline the number of units per category, and that's on the site plan. I can run through those numbers if you like.
Well, yeah, and tell me where on the site, but like I said, I was having some trouble reading the fine print, and
it says 111 micro units, and it gives you
where is that on the site plan?
resident and visitor parking requirements.
Council, Ryan Manassi.
Okay.
If I may, thank you, Chair. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to be clear because I just heard 111 and I have the site plan pulled up and zoomed in. Councilman Dingfelder, if you draw your attention to the bottom right corner, it's going to be under green space calculation, or I'm sorry, not green space calculation, but resident and visitor parking requirements. I believe that's what Mr. McElhaney is going to read off. But just from staff's perspective, we looked at it for, that's a parking requirement. It's indicated for different kinds of dwelling units. Now, as Mr. McElhaney stated, it is for 313 multifamily units, 103 of those being micro, 90 being studio, 112 being 1 to 2 bedroom units. And that's what was presented on the site plan, just for clarification on staff's side.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, just to answer the question about the rent, I don't believe that's something we can put on the site plan.
Right, and I was also a little confused because it was referred to, Steve, as market rate and then affordable housing. And market rate is whatever the market will bear, and affordable housing has other definitions depending on if you're talking about federal statutes or state statutes or what have you.
We didn't want to get into
Did we lose Mr. McElhaney?
Yes, sir. We didn't want to get into too much detail on that because the cost and the eventual development of the project are obviously they're variables that affect what the rental rates would be. The goal and the objective was, and we've been in touch with the various unions regarding this, but the goal was to give preference to first responders and those that needed housing, because the housing crisis basically is so is so high that the affordability of that was also causing some issues.
Okay, so
we don't
let
have.
me just ask Ryan to firm up on this. On the bottom, Ryan, where it speaks to parking requirements, and it's got
Yes, sir.
X number of 103 micro units, 90 studio units, and that's good, Steve. I mean, I'm glad that we're providing some smaller units, which hopefully will be less expensive and more available to the community. I think that's a good thing. But what I want to make sure is how binding, Ryan Manassi, how binding is that, or Kate, either one of you, can it's, after the PD's approved, could they, this is just about parking, so could they add more parking and ignore this 103 micro units and 90 studio units? I guess that's more of a Kate question.
I was thinking it was more of a Ryan question.
I can start out, and Kate, please.
That'd be great.
So, Councilman Dingfelder, you're correct. As far as the parking, they can't increase the parking. So, once council approves a plan development, there is a requirement in our code. If you are going to try to come in for a substantial deviation, there's a review process, and it's some minimal factors that you can adjust. Some of them being that you can't adjust at all, or like uses, means of egress, and such. So as far as the parking, it can't go up too much, it can't go down too much without triggering a substantial deviation from the approved site plan, which would have to come back before City Council. As far as the use on the property, and Kate, this is where maybe I can have you confirm, it's multifamily residential. As far as it's laid out for the parking requirement, if they're meeting their parking requirement, then that PD would be approved as is.
Well, maybe I can help a little bit. Steve McElhaney since you're committing to it here at the bottom under the parking requirements, between first and second reading, would your same clients be willing to commit that this is the actual type and number of units that would be built if and when this, so in other words, you hear where I'm coming from, Steve. I don't want
Yes,
anybody
sir.
playing
don't-
any games about parking spaces and then backing out on the types of units.
No, sir, we don't have any intention of doing that, and I don't have any problem whatsoever putting that in there as the distribution that we're requesting.
Okay.
And taking it, we would duplicate it in another portion.
Right.
And say the housing distribution will be this, in addition to the
And
parking.
then you'd be more bound to
Yes, sir.
to doing it. And then my last question, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence, is you mentioned something about modifying the Oak Eller access point. Are you eliminating the access to go back into the neighborhood? Because I know if I sure lived up into that neighborhood, I'd love to see this project isolated to go in and out only from Gandy and not in and out through the neighborhood.
I showed you a picture, and I'm gonna give it to you again. The photograph shows the driveway to the east that's being removed. Let's see, where did it go here? It might be easier to see on the overhead.
Pull the mic to you, Steve. So.
Yes, sir, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
This is the overhead, can you see it? This is an existing driveway here to the east, and it's a double driveway. It's very, very wide. That driveway is being eliminated. And then the next driveway is down here. That's the one on the site plan that I showed you.
So why not build this wonderful project, but just have egress and ingress in and out of Gandy instead of up through the neighborhood?
Well,
I read some of the letters of record that make reference to traffic through their neighborhood, and we can talk about that plaza. On the one hand, you said the plaza has been a complete failure, but on the other hand, you're using their traffic numbers like it's maxed out and been the greatest success ever. But in reality, it's been a failure, and there hasn't been a lot of traffic coming through that neighborhood from this plaza. So why not just block it off and go in and out through Gandy?
What's that? I don't have an answer for you. I would have to defer back to John or...
All right, well, I'm sure we'll hear from the public, and in the meantime, you guys can ponder that question. Thank you.
Anybody else? I have a
Chair.
question, Mr. Ryan?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Chair. I just wanted to
You
add on, because
recognize.
it kind of comes from Councilman Dingfelder's question, because I just wanted to be clear on, there was some on Mr. McElhaney's presentation about some additions and subtractions or from the site plan that was submitted, and I just wanted to be clear as well, and maybe it's not, we could take it at the end, or I just wanted some clarification now, just because we're talking about removing egress, things of that nature, but on the site plan that I'm looking at, I see still 3 access points on Oak Eller, and I just wanted to make that clear. From the site plan that I've reviewed and my staff has reviewed, it shows that circular drive which contains 2 access points on Oak Eller, and then the one to the west, which is still the main access point, it appears, for the parking lot, with the 3 to the south that are, as Jonathan stated, those cross access points. And I'm sorry, Chair, I just wanted to make sure we had some clarification on that. And again, I can indulge us after public comment before we go to final comments or such, whatever you prefer.
Ms. Dingfelder, you want that information now, sir?
No, we can do it after public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Massey.
Sir.
Anyone else? Mr. McElhaney, I have a couple of questions. I'm a little confused in the project. Actually, I hear a lot of words, and I want to see if I can get some clarification on what is this project supposed to be. I heard affordable housing, and then I heard market rate housing, and then I heard micro mix. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the project.
Let's start with the micro units. Those are smaller units that are designed to be more affordable. There are other units that
Excuse me,
are...
I can't see him on the screen. Thank you, sir. Continue.
I said, you want me to start over?
Yes, sir, you can.
Micro units are the smaller, they're smaller than an efficiency, but they're designed to be affordable. There are other units that are larger than that are market rate, the 1 bedroom, the 2 bedrooms, and the efficiencies. Those are more expensive than the micros. So you have 3 different levels, actually you have 4 if you include the 2 bedrooms, of unit counts, but the predominant number of room count is in the micro units. No. So anyway, that's the way they're distributed. You have 96 studio, which is efficiencies, and then you have the 103 that are micros, which are the predominant number of affordable units. And then you have the 1 and 2 bedrooms, which is about 100 units. So you have more than one level of type of apartment that's being provided.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Marion, you have a question?
Did I answer that? Was that clear enough? Or
I get you're saying you're going to have 4 different levels of type of housing in there, but I guess I'm looking at you when you keep saying market. I guess I get kind of confused with your 4 levels of market. When you say affordable housing.
The market provision only applied to one component of the dominant number of units in the whole project.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Marion, I see your light on. You have a question, sir?
No, I was just listening to your conversation along with some Mr. Dingfelder's, and when you talk about market rate, everything is relevant. I can tell you by my experience in seeing some homes in a certain part of town, and I'm not going to mention where, that they're divided into 2 and 3 apartments, 4 apartments in one house. Sometimes they get a carport, and they close the carport, and they're charging anywhere from $600 to $800 a month per carport. That's about 9 or 10 feet by about 16 feet. And in there, they make a little shower, a little stove. Dangerous to live that way. And it's hard to see what the people are struggling with. And I see that what they call it market rate or affordable housing, whatever you want to call it. The name is, if you can afford it, you can move. If you can't afford it, you can't stay. I don't care if it's in East Tampa, West Tampa, South Tampa, Ybor City, or New Tampa. And the problem we have in society, that no matter if you're making $15 an hour at the end of the month, and you have a family, you can't make it. You've got to have 2 of you working in the family to get by. And it's sad to say that, but that's how I view it. And I'm not taking a step forward or backwards. I'm just saying the states of what I see with my 2 eyes, or 1 eye that works anyway, and to see how it's going. And we have a problem, not only in this city, but in the whole country, about affordability on many, many things. And the main thing is your dwelling. How do you get from point A to point B and make it throughout the year? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Why don't we listen to...
If I could just clarify real quick, excuse me.
I didn't hear you, sir. Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, hi, John Lum here. We probably shouldn't use the word affordable. It's attainable housing. Affordable is such a buzzword, but when the mayor even said, we need more market rate developments for multifamily housing that are not government subsidized. That's what we have. The only small and affordable priced chunk rate, rent rate apartments in town have to be subsidized by the government. And these, when we say market rate, the market will dictate how much people are going to pay for a 450 square foot, tiny house in the sky. And as my partner said, people under $1,200 a month have to leave this area. They have to move to St. Pete or go up north. There's no places for them to live. And we're just trying to provide somewhere for folks to be able to live in the urban core here. Because the land downtown and everywhere else is too expensive, and you've got to, charge $2,000, $1,800 a month for rent everywhere. So I hope that clarifies things.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Gentlemen, we have approximately 20 people to speak to us this evening. How many do we have remotely, Madam Clerk?
I don't know what he's, oh.
This
Oh,
is
register,
Jamie.
we had 21 speakers.
You have 21 speakers?
Registered.
40-something on
Well, all right, gentlemen, that's going to be a minute, so I would ask, would you like to take a quick little recess, because we're going to be sitting for a while.
You got
About
20 and 20.
20 and 20. So we'll take a 5-minute recess, gentlemen? All right, 5-minute recess. Get your waters and get your breaks and get
If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis, I'll never do nothing like this. If I make it back to Memphis one more time. I went down to the corner, I called my buddy Ray. Said it's a bad idea, but let's do it anyway. So we called in sick and put a 20 in his Cadillac. I hollered, don't worry, baby, I swear I'll be right back. We started heading south on Highway 61. It's been a long time since we made this run. They got a riverboat gambling in Tunica, Mississippi. Now I'm praying to God, Lady Luck is with me. If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis, I'll never do nothing like this. If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. Woo! Had a little luck early in the night. I was up $1,000, high as a kite. Then I blew it all on one last and a Texas Hold'em. I should have listened to my gut when it said fold up. Wasn't keeping track of just how much I drank. Should've stashed another 20 for Ray's gas tank. 'Cause now the needle's on empty, I can see it by the light of the moon. And if we make it back to Memphis, we're gonna have to make it on fuse. If I make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. If I can make it back to Memphis, I swear I'll never do nothing like this. If I can make it back to Memphis one more time. put your knife to Nanny, tell fast talking Fanny. We gonna pitch a bomb down to that Union Hall. We gonna romp and tromp till midnight. We gonna fuss and fight till daylight. We gonna pitch a wing and doodle all night long. 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 We gonna pitch a wing and doodle all night long. Till Scooter crawling red, till I ever seen your Ned. To tell old Pistol Pete, to tell everybody he meet. Tonight we need no rest. We're gonna really throw a mess. We're gonna knock down all the windows. We're gonna kick down all the doors. We're gonna pitch a wing dang doodle all night long. 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 We're gonna pitch a wing dang doodle all night long. Tell Saxon, Washboard Sam, that everybody gonna jam. Tell Shaking Boxcar Joe, we got sawdust on the floor. And tell Pagan Caroline Dime, we gotta have a heck of a time. And when the fish scent fill the air, there be snuff juice everywhere. We gonna pitch a wing dang doodle all night long. All night long. All night long.
Ms. Cockle? Dingfelder?
Here.
Citro? Vieira? Miranda?
Here.
And Gould.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Thank you. All right, gentlemen, we'll go with our in-person out on the second floor.
This is Jane Madu with Development and Group Management. There are 10 people to speak on this item. They have been sworn in.
All right.
Chair?
You're recognized, sir.
Sorry, sir. One second, real quick. I just wanted to make a correction. Looking at the parking calculations on the provided site plan, I want to make it clear for the record that there's 305 multifamily residential units being proposed, not 313. Just before we go into public comment, so council is aware of that. There's a discrepancy in the site data table and the parking calculations. So again, the calculations that are provided and the parking waiver being requested is for 305 dwelling units.
Thank you, Mr. Manasseh.
Yes, sir.
Go to public comment.
I can't tell if you can see me.
We can see
Oh, there
you. We
you
can
are.
hear you too. You state your name for us.
Okay, my name is Pamela Elkington. I live on Gaines Road, right near where they want to build this. How I see it is there are several problems, and the major problem is the traffic problem and the safety problem for our community. When they come out on O'Keller, that's the only way that we've been let know that they're going to be coming out from this community, and it's already backed up because right next door is a post office that they didn't talk about, and they already have a lot of trucks that go to the post office and a lot of people that go to that post office. And so there's a lot of traffic already, and they're going to be shooting through our community to go out other ways, because when O'Keller backs up, they're going to end up going through all the side streets. And I've already been hit on the corner of Cortez and the next block over, which is Coachman. I was T-bone hit from somebody coming from the post office. So it's not like we don't already have issues in our community. And they want to down the amount of people parking spots for their people. But according to what I saw and listening to the conversation, it's confusing to the final numbers of a lot of things and what their final things are, but from what I saw, get out what I wrote down. They want to build 313 units. 34 of them are double occupancy, so that's 347 people if they have no visitors. And they want to down the amount of parking spots. So that means they're going to have to park out in our community. Even though they want to have this additional way for people to get around, reality is to go places in Tampa, they're going to have a car. So most people have a car, and so there'll be at least 347 people coming out of that. There has been no indication of it being able to go out the Gandy way at all. So the only way out, whether they eliminate that driveway they're talking about or not, they're still coming out the same way on the same side street in our community. And if you are familiar with the area, there are already big units all the way around the whole community. There are, I don't know if you can see this, well, you can't get it on there too good, and I don't know how to adjust it, but the circle spot is where they want to build. The post office is right next door, and there's O'Keller. And there's Patrician Arms on Manhattan, and it has 82 units. It's 4 stories. There's Brandy Chase Apartments with 56 units. I'm just talking about some of the things that are there. It's 2-story. Just south on Manhattan, right across Gandy, there's 287 units. It's 3 stories. In the corner of Gandy and West Shore, there's a ton of stuff being built over there. On the 2040 plan, that's actually towards the red color. There's so much being built. And over here is the Georgetown, which is right on the other side. They want to build here. There's O'Keller. The next side street, which is really close, is Coachman. And then there's Fair Oaks. We already have a lot of traffic going through Fair Oaks back and forth from Manhattan to West Shore. This is going to add a huge number of people. And because West Shore is only 1 lane going both ways, they're all going to be shooting through our neighborhood to get to the other side.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is my time up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. State your name, sir. And
can you see me?
yes, sir, we can see you.
All right, I didn't know that yet. My name is Michael Beard. I own 81 Bay Brewing Company at 4465 West Gandy Boulevard. I would like to come out in opposition of this rezoning. I would like to clarify a few things that were said about me and my business, and then just give my general opinion of what this rezoning would do to the neighborhood. First off, Mr. Grease said that I somehow vilified him in the media or online. This is not true in any way. I have made no public statements about him whatsoever. I simply posted a sign for the rezoning, which was public record, and said, if anyone has any opinions about this, here's when and where you can make those statements known. Second, my business is absolutely thriving. In 2020, we won the best large brewery in the state of Florida at the Best Florida Beer Championships. 2020 was obviously a bit of a setback for the entire bar industry, but previous to that, we've grown by double-digit revenue every single year, year over year, and 2021 looks to be our best year on record ever. When the craft beer market at large shrunk 9%, my volume shipped went up 27% year over year. So we are one of the best breweries in the state. We are thriving both financially and as our brand. And we have no plans whatsoever to move unless forced to do so somehow, which I don't see as a possibility in reality, seeing how we believe we have an enforceable lease for 15 more years. Lastly, we are a bit of a community center for South Tampa. People come in, we have fundraisers for the local elementary school PTA, we have a book club, we do local trivia and bingo. 90% of my customers in the tap room are the neighborhood, and they don't have to go very far to find a 5,000 square foot place where they can meet with their friends, family, colleagues. And if you take that type of business away from this neighborhood and you put in a lot more people, you're not only ensuring that there are more people on the road, you're also ensuring that everyone around us has to drive a lot farther to congregate with their friends and family. And I just think that's a major mistake for everyone. That's about all I have to say. I didn't have anything prepared. I just wanted to come out in opposition of this rezoning and kind of set the record straight for who we were and what we're trying to do there. As far as this being a failed retail center, if you look through some of the litigation that is public record that has this address on it, you might come to a different conclusion than the location is the reason for a failed retail center, or that the tenants are the reason for a failed retail center. If you look through those documents, I'll let you kind of draw your own conclusions from them, but this is a great site for retail. This is why I moved from San Diego, one of the brewery capitals of the world, to open a brewery here, because I thought it was such a great location for me to open a tap room and start a great brewery, which we have done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Maybe they've been sampling a little bit.
Okay. Good evening, Councilman. How's everyone doing? This is Sean Brown, President of the Gandy Civic Association. First, real quick, just want to say happy birthday, Councilman Carlson. I know probably you wouldn't want to spend your birthday here on a Thursday, but still, thanks for what you do and happy birthday. Coming out here to object to this crazy proposal, to be quite frank. First off, the thought of 100,000 commercial square feet going away and no job, that's taking away jobs. And when you look at here on the Elmo, one of the things about mixed-use corridor talks about to create new housing and job opportunities while improving the pedestrian environment. Now, let me be blunt. The fact that they're reorienting this whole project, is to avoid Gandy Boulevard as a mixed-use corridor. The requirements of a mixed-use corridor. They're trying to avoid that by putting it on O'Keller. Now, they talked about transportation study, how traffic will be reduced on Gandy, if it's not commercial. But they didn't give you any facts about O'Keller at all and how the traffic's going to increase. So that's just idiotic in and of itself. The fact is they're trying to avoid Gandy and avoid the requirements on that. All right? And, when we look at this, again, it's trying to, in the comprehensive plan, looking at proposed redevelopment, when you look at land use policy 6.1.1 and the objectives, again, it talks about transit, trying to incorporate things. All these policies are talking about transit. Now, let me put something out there, and let me remind all of you. There is no HART bus line that goes along Gandy whatsoever. Nothing. And so how is it smart to put 300 units when there's no bus? There's no bus line. Let me show you again. HART schedule. The only bus we have running south of Euclid is down Manhattan. That's it. There's no bus line on Gandy, nothing of that sort whatsoever. So again, it's the reason that the project's proposed the way it is to avoid the requirements of Gandy and it being classified as a mixed-use corridor. But it's lacking in that sense because right now HART hasn't put anything out there, as far as it being a bus route. In addition, the fact is, when you look at this project, in 2008, Winn-Dixie went bankrupt, all of Winn-Dixie. So, of course, grocery store closed. And when you look at the aesthetics of this property, it hasn't been maintained at all. And so, yes, it might be deterring retail, but put some upgrades and things like that, you'll probably get more commercial in there. We need commercial. Now, look, they can do something like this. This is the Morrison on the Elmo right here, on Howard, right here. Apartments on top. All that commercial is full at the bottom, including a small Pilates gym and things like that. That's right there on Howard, and Howard is considered one of those transit corridors. Or another project right down Howard, right there. Apartments at the top, commercial at the bottom. Now, one of these folks had the audacity to tell me that the Applebee's on the property is going to block the opportunity for commercial to be seen.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name's Ken Chapman. I'm an attorney and I represent Grace Family Church, who is a property owner in the plaza. I'm here to speak in opposition to the rezoning application. What I found kind of interesting in listening to the applicant's presentation is there's a substantial amount of information that's been omitted.
Can you go closer to the mic, sir, please?
Certainly, my apologies. I think probably what needs to be pointed out is there's some technical issues that need to be addressed. One is that the applicant's ownership interest is being challenged. There's another party who is contesting whether or not they have a prior right to own the property vis-a-vis a right of first refusal. The lawsuit is pending and should be allowed to continue and be completed before the council makes a decision on this application. Another issue that's pretty significant is there's a set of declarations and covenants and restrictions that apply to the entire plaza. This in and of itself allows for only the use in the plaza for all property, including the applicant's property, for retail operations. By virtue of them asking for a zoning change to residential, it in fact simply violates those provisions. They don't have the right to do that. That's the bottom line. On a practical level, there are only 586 total parking spaces in the plaza as a whole. Parking spaces are shared amongst all the owners in the plaza. There are 300 spaces which are allocated to my client for its services, 437 from my understanding which is proposed for the project. That leaves a total of 737 total parking spaces required. That's 151 parking spaces short. Physically, this is just impossible for this to go forward, and in and of itself should be addressed in the basis for denying the application. City staff has actually pointed out that it's inconsistent with current code and plan requirements. So the approval would essentially wind up shutting down all the other owners if they were allowed to sequester 300 parking spaces and use it exclusively for their residential complex. The other thing I would like to point out is that there's some community issues here related to this. The traffic and parking problems have been addressed by this council just last month. In fact, as I understand it, there was approval for drafting a proposal to limit projects just like this, high-density apartment complexes. So essentially to entertain the zoning application in and of itself flies in the face of what the council is trying to achieve otherwise. Basically looking at this from another perspective, this is going to actually harm the community. It's going to hurt the community because right now there are retail, restaurant, and other service type industries that could actually move in to these units that are existing there now versus turning them into residential units. The issue there is right now we're suffering from the effects of COVID, not just the tragic loss of life, but also a significant loss of jobs and employment. What the applicant's proposing is essentially to go in, raise a building, cause 81 Brewing Company to shut down, fire their employees.
Thank you, sir. One moment, though. Mrs. Rand, I saw your light on first. Did you want to be recognized, sir? Mr. Rand?
Pardon?
Mr. Rand? I saw your light. Did you want to be recognized?
No,
Okay.
no, not at all.
Ms. Dingfeld, I know you want to be recognized.
Yes, sir. Counselor, it sounded like you were wrapping up your presentation.
I had one other point, if I may, if I can ask for the council's indulgence, please.
Go ahead, sir.
Quickly. And I also believe I am the last speaker this evening. So I understand that there was some question from the council in regards to accessing Gandy Boulevard. The problem with that is the applicant doesn't own that right. They don't own that property. That's an easement which is provided through the declarations. If the declarations are going to be honored and utilized for the purposes of providing access to Gandy, then it has to be respected with the fact that they don't have the right to operate in a project that's not retail. Now, the exception to that would be they would have to get consent by my client, who owns parcel A within the plaza. That is the only basis where an operation or activity other than retail can be permitted within the plaza itself. So before the applicant can move forward, they're going to have to get past and get my client's approval and consent, which is not going to happen and has not happened given the current plans that are proposed. So I think based upon the foregoing, we're going to ask that the council decline and reject the application for rezoning. Thank you very much.
Ms. Dingfeld, you're recognized.
So, counsel, I'm a little confused, but I think you just clarified it a little bit. From the Oak Eller neighborhood perspective, okay, take your church hat off for a second. From the Oak Eller neighborhood perspective, I think it'd be better, and assuming they have the legal right and the contractual rights to build this apartment complex, I would think it'd be better not to route the traffic through the neighborhood. That's just as a councilman. I'd rather see it go in and out of Gandy Boulevard. But my question is, and this is sort of a legal question to you because you've looked at all these documents, do they have access across that parking lot right now to get to Gandy?
Yes.
That's my basic question.
Yes, they do. There is a cross easement agreement which allows all the owners within the plaza to utilize access ports to and from the right-of-ways on both sides of the parcel. But the issue that we're looking at here is not just the easements. If 300 of the 584 parking spaces are sequestered, that doesn't leave enough parking for any other business to operate. The concern that we have is if that's permitted, then my client won't have the requisite number of parking to operate its activities as a place of worship.
Right.
Then it has to shut down.
My concern is, even though it sounds like an important issue from your client's perspective, if I ask Ms. Wells, who is our attorney watching, she's probably going to tell us that that's an issue between private parties that council can't necessarily include in their zoning consideration. Ms. Wells, you want to chime in on that?
Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. A few things that were mentioned during the presentation. With respect to the allegations that there's a question about ownership, this is the first I'm hearing of that. But if there is a question about ownership and it's unclear who is the appropriate party to be moving forward with this application, I would like to hear from Mr. McElhaney on that issue. With respect to the private covenants, you're correct. Those are not enforceable by the city and would be beyond the reach for city council during today's meeting. With regard to the parking spaces, the site plan that is submitted to you must be a site plan, must include only that property that is within the applicant's ownership and control.
That's exactly
if
correct.
They are showing parking for this project that is shared with another use, that needs further discussion with our staff, but because it would, I don't know how we could move forward with a site plan that includes property that perhaps is owned by another entity that has not consented to this application. So a few questions procedurally with how we would move forward with this based upon the attorney's testimony.
Well, thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Ms. Wells, I'm glad you brought that up because I had already penciled and wrote that in about any kind of pending litigation with this property. So I'm hoping that we can get some answers from Mr. McElhaney when he comes up. But thank you for bringing that up. Next person, public comment?
Did you want me to respond to this, Councilman?
I'll wait to rebut. I want to get through the public comment, and we'll get to it.
Okay, that's fine.
There are no more persons here at this moment.
All right, no more persons. Okay, well, all right. Well, we'll go to rebuttal. Mr. McLean?
You have the online.
We do have registered speakers.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I forgot all about that.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, I forgot all about that. Let's go to the phone line.
Chair, I'm currently bringing 5 over at a time because we have quite a few.
All right, we'll swear those 5 in at a time then.
All right, I just need Kevin Freedy, Larry Gisbert, Stephanie Porter, Pete Trailer, and Sarah Freedy to turn on your mic and unmute yourself. I'm sorry, turn on your video. How do I, oh. Okay.
Waiting for one more, right, Madam Deputy Clerk? All right, we got 5.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do. Thank you. For the records, the clerks did receive written comments for this item.
All right, we'll start with Kevin Freedy.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you look at your image 2040 map of Tampa, the property in question is coded for high-intensity suburban, and the neighborhood bounding the property to the north is coded established. I would argue that a 4-story building with more than 300 units, most of them micro, facing O'Keller, is not in keeping with the city plan for high-intensity suburban. Oriented the structure in such a way to direct traffic into the neighborhood to the north is not in keeping with the city plan for established neighborhoods. High-intensity suburban is noted for low-rise buildings. Though there are some opportunity for mid-rise structures, these are the exceptions rather than the rule. There is a limited transit availability, so the assumption should be that the complex should not have the waiver granted for parking. Your plan also calls for plentiful green spaces, yet the developer is asking to reduce by approximately half the area proposed, just the opposite. In its few years of existence, 81 Bay has become something of a neighborhood living room, a place to meet one's neighbors and talk to the community. If you make way for the proposal, we will lose this valuable space that the flyer in this rezoning, that the filer in this rezoning has openly disparaged. What will the residents to the neighborhood of the North gain? I sent you all a parking map. The proposed building is situated very close to residents' housing and is O'Keller facing despite the community address. A rough Google Earth estimate puts the structure about 100 feet from a single family house. Current occupant is 90 years old. What you're doing is creating, if you allow this building, a situation ripe for conflict. Much of the 4600 block of Cortez and Hesperides is closer to the apartment building than the furthest compact parking space in the lot, which is about 300 feet away. The same can be said for the Bank of America, CVS, and Grace Family Church lots, 3 wonderful corporate neighbors, I might add. It also applies to O'Keller Avenue and the access road connecting O'Keller to CVS. If this building is approved, it will provide incentives for residents to park in the neighboring retail and on residential streets. And I want to let you all know, these residential streets, north-south, have no sidewalks. So while the rest of the city, much of the rest of the city is getting bike lanes because of the mayor's plan, we're going to get lots and lots of parking from these residential buildings, which will force our kids to walk, not on the curb where they currently have to walk, but in the middle of the street. The developers are asking you for 3 things. They want the property rezoned from commercial to residential. They want fewer parking spaces. They want less green space. None of this goes with your proposed plan. All of this hurts the neighborhood. This is a proposal which you should easily object. If you approve it, you're giving developers a sign that anything can go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Larry Gisbert. Unmute yourself.
Which is why I put these on. All I can do with the feedback.
We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
I made a bunch of mistakes. Does that sound okay?
I mute.
We can't
Mr.
hear you, Larry.
We can't hear you all.
Click the microphone, the red microphone on the panel.
She needs you to click the red microphone on the panel.
See the microphone on the computer?
We'll come back to him. Let's go to Stephanie Pointer.
Good evening, my friends. I actually am going to start at the end of my speech because I think there was a lot of discussion about what is affordable, and I had a luncheon with a friend of mine from Louisville, Kentucky, who is considered an expert by HUD, and she explained to me that the way they calculate affordable housing according to HUD is to take 80% of the median income. The median income for Bayshore West, which is the neighborhood that this location is in, is around 48,000. You reduce that to 38,140. Then you take 30% of that 80%, and that is how you calculate how much a affordable housing unit can cost. But it must include utilities. So for that particular area, according to census data, $953.50 is what an affordable housing should cost, including utilities. Don't leave those utilities out. So whatever Mr. Michelini and Mr. Lum come back with, it better be less than probably $900 a month at least. Anyway, let me get back to my original task. Stop overbuilding monster apartments in South Tampa. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Yes, I know this isn't south of Gandy, but it certainly is close enough for government work. Speaking of the government, the comprehensive plan says on page 14 and 15 that South Tampa is defined as an area of stability. South Tampa needs to more sustainable mix of uses that provides goods and services within walking distance of residents along the commercial designated corridors is another way to enhance neighborhood livability and stability. Yet here we are talking about tearing down something that folks are begging for in order to pacify a developer who wants to do something for our community we are vehemently against. Stop building monster apartments in South Tampa. I know the laws about landowners' rights, but what about the landowners in Bayside West? What about their rights? When you jam 305, 313, what difference does it make, into a space of 6.87 acres at 44.5 units per acre with supposedly 3 exits? This is what the paperwork says. I don't make this up. Those
Thanks.
3 exits are supposed to be
How do you think it's
O'Keller, O'Keller, Manhattan, and Gandy. I can't find anything but O'Keller on their site plans. O'Keller is a local road. This project would be shot down if it went through the normal zoning process. It would never get to this point if it were in a regular zoning process. Gandy, you can only turn west onto Gandy from that property. Manhattan.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer, thank you.
Oh, no, please, let me finish. Please,
Give me
please.
30 I'll give you 10 seconds.
Come on, give me a
Give
minute.
me 10 seconds, go ahead, Stephanie.
Manhattan, you're taking your life in your hands going north on Manhattan. I don't know where they will go through to Manhattan. Mr. Scott only asked for the easement to be uploaded onto Acela for Gandy. He did not ask for the easement where they exit onto Manhattan. So where's the easement going to be? City of Tampa owns the land, Bank of America owns the land, and CVS owns the land. Nobody showed where they're going to get out on Manhattan. Please, let's hear it from Mr. Michelini and Mr. Law.
Thank you.
This is Larry Gisbert. I've got my computer
All right,
working.
sir, we'll hear from you.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Larry Gisbert. My wife Shirley and I live at 4607 South Cortez Avenue and have lived there for over 31 years. The property indicated in the application for rezoning is less than 150 feet from my front door. Now, I sent in a 2-page email with all my issues, but because of time, I'll try to summarize. I've got 3 issues: the coastal high hazard slant hurricane evacuation, the use of O'Keller, and also localized flooding. The current City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, also called Imagine 2040, that's a great name, states that the objective of the city is not to increase the density of the population residing within a coastal high hazard area, also known as Hurricane Evacuation Level A. The entire property for the rezoning application lies in that area. I spent a considerable amount of my professional time with Hillsborough County Emergency Management as their director for 17 years, trying to convince people to evacuate out of the coastal high hazard area. Let me tell you something, my batting average wasn't that great. They don't want to leave. And this thing about a 5-day prior event and the counting down, that's horse manure. Political leadership waits to the absolute last moment to pull the trigger, and as a consequence, there will be a mass evacuation if there is one at all. You do not need to be putting 300 plus people with their cars into the coastal high hazard area. The current plans show that they will be ingressing and egressing on Oak Keller Avenue, a small residential area with a speed limit of 25 miles per hour. If you follow the normal traffic load, that means they go down to Manhattan. It's an intersection controlled by a stop sign only. Manhattan is a major arterial throughput north and south. It has 2 lanes in each direction with the middle lane for turning. Florida Department of Transportation currently rates Manhattan's level of service as D, as in Delta. That means this Manhattan will back up and come to a stop during normal peak hours. That is a horrible place for evacuation. One of the biggest infrastructure problems we have in South Tampa, and I don't need to tell you because it's been for centuries, is localized street flooding. Manhattan Avenue traditionally goes underwater when we have several inches of rain, especially if the rainfall occurs at the same time as high tide in Tampa Bay, which, by the way, is less than a mile away from this property. The last time Manhattan went underwater, you could not get out to the north and you could not get out to the south unless you were willing to chance your car stalling because of the water. Putting additional 300 residents and their vehicles in an area that only has to access Manhattan to get out is asking for trouble. Finally, our neighborhood, just to the north of it, 150 feet, is a beautiful tree-lined subdivision in South Tampa. Unfortunately, the north-south streets, Cortez, Hesperides, etc., do not have any sidewalks on them. Residents have to walk along the road in order to do something. We now have trouble dodging cars because the cars will use our residential streets to bypass Manhattan when it's backed up. If you put 300 plus vehicles, it's going to be a horrible trouble. I was personally hit by a vehicle several years ago. It is not fun.
Thank you, sir.
Finally, developers want some variances for local requirements. Thank you.
Mr. Gisbert, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garrett, you recognize Mr. Dingfelder.
Point of personal privilege. Mr.
Sure.
Gisbert, I know you served our county and our community for decades doing emergency evacuation and everything else associated with it. And I just want to thank you on behalf of our community for your service, for your knowledge. And frankly, this councilman's going to be tapping into some of that knowledge over the next year as we discuss these important issues. So thank you, Mr. Gisbert.
Thank you, Mr. Dickenfelder. Gladly. Call me anytime.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to Pete Trilla.
Thank you, Councilman. First, I want to thank you all for the hard work you put in every day for the city of Tampa. I'm speaking tonight to express my strong opposition to the application for rezoning. My wife and 2 children and I have been residents in the 4600 block of South Cortez for over 6 years. As Larry had mentioned, we are less than 200 feet from the proposed project. Our concerns for the proposed project are plenty, but we want to address specific concerns that we feel don't align with the council folks' current plan for the growth of the city of Tampa. First, a little out of line of what I had prepared. I keep hearing affordable or a nice another catchy term, attainable housing. If you actually take a further look into micro units, the price per square foot is significantly higher than traditional 1 or 2 bedroom housing. So when we consider affordable housing, I believe like Commissioner Miranda had mentioned, I can rent my closet for $50 a month. I don't think my closet is going to be very comfortable, but yet it's very affordable. Currently, the parcel that we're discussing is zoned commercial, which provides family, friends, and neighbors the opportunity to work out, enjoy farmers markets, live music, learn martial arts, as well as purchase beauty supply products, which obviously is not for me, for my wife and my daughter. These exact businesses have been successful on this parcel through the pandemic, which I believe speaks a lot to their viability. Losing these businesses only hurts our neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. Keeping this intact is my personal top priority. Secondly, the parcel of the land proposed for the apartments will only have access from what we have seen from Oak Keller Road, which is a residential street. I've looked everywhere in South Tampa as being a resident for over 15 years, and I cannot find one example of a large apartment complex that has their main access to and from a residential street. Every other complex has direct access to a main road, allowing significant influx of traffic to flow onto and off of a road designated for high traffic. There is no traffic signal on any of the outbound roads from where this is proposed, further creating traffic within the neighborhood at stop signs. The businesses on these parcels, as Councilman Dingerfelder had mentioned, are mostly accessed by Gandy Boulevard, so we currently do not experience the same concerns that we can expect from this project if it passes as proposed. The safety of everyone in Tampa, whether walking, running, biking, or playing, has to improve, and we all have known that for decades. Our neighborhood is part of this issue because there are 0 sidewalks running north and south. This requires people to use the streets to exercise, further increasing our concern that adding 400-plus vehicles residing in our neighborhood with no access to any Manhattan or West Shore without using the residential street. Lastly, there are 2 specific variances that the developer is asking for approval, which further elevates my concern on what they're exactly trying to do with this project. Asking for a reduction of required parking puts visitors to this apartment complex needing to park their vehicles directly on our residential streets where there are no sidewalks. Secondly, a reduction of green space, which I just find hard to believe in today's environment. We in Tampa can all agree creating a more environmentally friendly space has 0 drawbacks to improving our city's appearance and viability. In the end, we hope that the developer will rework this plan and existing layout of the property. Having a high-density, residential-only complex taking over a large business will not improve. Thank you so very much for your time and consideration.
We'll move on to Sarah Friday.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. I'm a resident of the 4600 block of South Cortez. I've lived here with my husband and my daughter for 13 years, and we're located directly across from the entrance to the proposed clubhouse visitor entrance. I am extremely concerned for the safety of bikers, pedestrians, and in particular, my child and the other children who live on this street as a direct result of this proposed apartment complex. The developer's traffic study suggests de minimis impact, makes assumptions about current traffic patterns, and does not consider the community it faces. Some of us who live on the 4600 block of South Cortez Ave collected 10 hours worth of traffic data on our street neighboring the proposed apartment. Very few cars parked on our street throughout our observations. During morning and evening rush hour, during non-rush hour weekday times, and during weekends, vehicular traffic averages were under 8 cars per hour. You received this data as an attachment in another resident's email to you. Allowing an entrance and exit on O'Keller will drastically increase our traffic as our streets will be used as a cut through to the apartments. While other communities are reaping the benefits of the mayor's complete streets, the developer is asking you to approve variances that will make our streets less safe. The building has a Gandy address and should be Gandy facing. The impact on our community should be negligible. The proposed apartment complex has requested a variance on parking spots. As you know, Tampa is one of the least safe cities for pedestrians and bike riders. The reduction in required parking spots will directly impact our street and our neighboring streets. In the evenings and on weekends, our children visit each other's yards and ride their bikes in the street as there are no north-south sidewalks. If you provide the variance on parking, visitors and residents of the apartment complex will use our streets for overflow parking. Providing the parking variance will force our children to walk in the middle of the street rather than on the shoulder of the street. They will no longer be able to ride their bikes because parked cars will pose too many safety hazards for them. Please reject the proposed apartment complex and require the developer to make a safer plan that is considerate of the residents of this neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, we got our next 5 up to be sworn in.
Yes, I have 2 that is not on. Anna Di Diego and Christina Rothstein. If you could turn on your video and unmute yourselves, please. Again, Anna Di Diego, please turn on your video if you're going to speak.
here for this proposal. I'm here for another one.
Okay, which item are you on for?
I'm on the 2105, the 2511 West Virginia Avenue
Okay.
location.
That was continued.
Okay, thank you. Just stand by then. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, she's on 2105, that was continued.
That's the October 14th date?
Yes.
Ma'am, this is
Okay, Anna, did you hear that?
2511 West Virginia got postponed.
It was continued. This is Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney. It was continued on the motion of the applicant to October 14th of 2021 at 6 p.m. And if you are within the noticed area, you will receive notice. Otherwise, it will be posted. But you should make the date. You should make the date, please. Mark it as October 14th at 6 p.m.
Thank you.
All right, Chair. Michelle, you go ahead and swear in the ones that's here. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
All right, we'll start out with Anna Di Diego. I saw her. She locked out. All right, we'll go to Stephanie Dossel. I see him.
Yes.
We have Carol Ann Bennett, Catherine Yates, Jay Koch, and Marcus Dosel.
Marcus Dalsel is the husband of Stephanie Dalsel. I've been asked to speak on behalf of Marcus tonight because he can't be here.
We don't have your on video.
He's on there. Marcus Dossel. Yeah, Marcus Dossel.
Down on the right there?
Yeah, down on the right. Marcus Dossel.
Yes. My name is actually Lane Andrews. I was asked to speak on behalf of Marcus because he can't make it tonight.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm the owner of South Tampa Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, a successful business in the plaza that really hasn't been addressed very much tonight. We're a relatively new business there. Obviously, we're a strong business. We've made it through COVID, and just when business is starting to pick up, we find out about this, this building project going on. So, anyway, they referenced earlier, like this apartment complex is going to be a place for heroes to live. It's like the heroes train at my gym. I have firefighters, I have police officers, I have military people. We have kids from age 3 to seniors at age 65. Many of them are part of this community that'll be affected by this. There's such an emphasis on building in South Tampa and the continual building of these huge apartment complexes. But I think what we need are more successful businesses that are family services. Businesses like mine, businesses like 81 Bay. People come to my gym not because they just need a workout. They come there because it's a community. It's a social thing for them as well, not to mention all the stress relief that it provides. We've been a successful business there. We moved in 2019. We've more than doubled our enrollment since then. We're up over 300 members. We have, like I said, we got a lot of kids in the community that train there. I think it's an unfortunate time to tell businesses like South Tampa Jiu-Jitsu and 81 Bay that they need to move, especially just as we're starting to recover from COVID. The business, all of our businesses, we abided by the rules set forth by our elected officials at the expense of our business and our personal livelihood to abide by all the rules of COVID and to protect our community. Now it's our time to grow out of that. And to have our businesses have to relocate, which is a tremendous expense. And in the case of 81 Bay, I'm not even sure it's reasonable. I just think that this property could be better used if someone would invest in it. They talked about the history of litigation with the prior owner there in the 81 Bayside. I do not think that they currently own the part of the strip that I'm in. I'm right next to Grace Church. I think that is still owned by Gandy Partners, if you want to look into that. I think we can attract retailers there now that the prior owner is gone, given the history of litigation there. So, I'd ask that, obviously I'm strongly opposing this move, and, I appreciate you taking the time to hear me and hear my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go to Catherine Yant.
Good evening. Thank you all for everything. I am a resident of the 4500 block of Cooper Place. Cooper is about halfway between Manhattan and West Shore, and we are probably about a block from the proposed entrance according to the site plan that was proposed. And we strongly object to the project as proposed. My husband and I live here with our 3 small children. Especially during COVID, we enjoyed our family walks and being able to go out, teach our daughter how to ride her bike on the street. As many people have noted, there are no north-south sidewalks in the entire neighborhood. And we were able to teach our daughter how to ride her bike on the street because, especially during COVID, there was that slowdown in traffic. Now we're talking about adding a large apartment complex with, again, the only information that was on the site plan that was proposed, the only ingress and egress is going to be right on Oak Eller, about a block from our house. And while they've used traffic comparisons based on what appears to be maximum occupancy for that area, as Mr. Dingfelder said, it doesn't quite make sense given that they're then trying to use the minimal impact of traffic based on the apartment complex. And that driveway that they were referring to on Oak Eller, or that empties onto Oak Eller, I drive past it probably a dozen times a day doing various pickups and drop-offs and everything else with my kids. It is hardly utilized. There are not many cars there. And this project is going to create a significant negative impact on our neighborhood. The 3 cross streets, east-west cross streets, that dump onto Manhattan and onto West Shore are Fair Oaks, Coachman, and Oak Eller. None of those streets have a light at Manhattan or at West Shore. As you can imagine, on those 2 streets, trying to turn left is nearly impossible. The suicide lane really feels like a suicide mission when you're jumping out on there if you're trying to head north on Manhattan. And when is West Shore not backed up? It is going to have a significant negative impact, and I implore you to deny the rezoning application.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms. Jay Coggy.
You've been after a year, I get it, unmuting. Anyway, hi, sir, ma'am. I just want to say that I'm really excited to see everyone come to this opportunity to participate in local government, and I'm happy to be here, and thank you for this time. At this time, I do not agree with the proposed rezoning of the UFIT property. Through the Nextdoor app, you can see that John Lum does indeed care about the city of Tampa, and he seems personally and professionally invested in the success of property development south of El Prado. We do need champions like that, but to the best of my knowledge, he doesn't live here, and I don't think Mr. Grease does either. So I think what the last year has taught us is that it's really important for us to consider lived-in experiences. And I'm glad that you're taking the time to listen to us and take our email notes prior. I wrote in my note about traffic, so I'll repeat the Oak Eller concern. What we also need to focus on, though, is the change in Manhattan traffic. We can, if I could, I didn't snapshot Michelini's retail within a quarter map where he had the Applebee's logo. I'd pull it up now, but I didn't snapshot it in time. A lot of that retail occurs across from Manhattan. So if we turn this into the proposed plan, that's going to be more people moving from in walking distance across Manhattan. All that awesome retail, a lot of it is across the street. And I don't know that I heard anything about Manhattan mitigation. Just today, as I turned right onto Manhattan from Gandy, 3 people were crossing the street not using the crosswalk. All of them looked to be up in age and were making an estimate to when to cross Manhattan at a safe time. I suspect the argument might be that the area will not support mixed use, but in this last year, I think we learned we can't rely on the way we used to do things. Additionally, the logic arguments I've heard in favor are fallacies. That means they sound good, but they cannot be proven at this time. For example, the traffic study is projection, like people have made with inaccurate historical data. Therefore, to say that this development will reduce traffic, that's a narrative, it's not a fact. The aim for this to be affordable or attainable, that's a heartfelt hope, but it's not a fact, unless there's regulation. And Mr. Grease said he might be forced to sell this property. That's a narrative. He made $75 million in 2013. I doubt he's forced to do anything. Compared to the Tampa that gets promoted through innovation channels, 300 apartments with traditional parking that requires less green space, it just feels lazy and dated. And without innovative pedestrian and traffic solutions, it also seems unsafe. In conclusion, I ask that Mr. Lum and Mr. Greaves, even if just for a moment, abandon their historical lens and think about the art of the possible. Instead of listing things that did not work, think about what could be. That is all I have.
Thank you very much. We have Ms. Carol Ann Bennett next.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa. United Residents for Better Neighborhoods, otherwise known as Urban Tampa Bay, is a nonpartisan grassroots group advocating for better urban development in the Bay Area. Many of you have read their thoughtful, intelligent posts on Facebook and know they are advocates for the increased density and urbanization of Tampa, but they think growth in and of itself has no value. They say, if you're growing in a way that increases quality of life, that's smart growth. That is what Urban Tampa Bay advocates. Growing the population is meaningless if it does not improve people's day-to-day life. Growth is not an end, it is a means. They say there should be mandated commercial use in all apartment projects, increased density in neighborhoods directly adjacent to downtown, and walk-up design along sidewalks. This smart growth ensures that growth is actually contributing towards a higher quality of life. Opposing smart growth says you are concerned proper regulations and planning will hurt your personal profits. Urban Tampa Bay says, we're not against building more apartments in Tampa. We need more apartments in order to blunt rising housing costs, but only if they are properly designed. Projects of significant size need to be mixed use, no exceptions. Developer objections here are frivolous. They have been plopping single-use projects down in Tampa for some time now. This has been a huge cash cow for them, but has done little to enhance the city. The city is not a guarantor of developer profits or design preferences. Poorly planned growth lowers quality of life. Tampa has gone from desperate to in demand. That means it's time to raise standards. Don't keep low design quality just to build apartments rapidly. That's not being affordable, that's being cheap. There's a difference. Industry and commerce shouldn't be replaced with housing units because industry and commerce equal jobs and wages. There are lots of uses which collect nice rents for commercial landlords, like office space, medical offices, and neighborhood retail with a local draw. The developer doesn't even have to own the space themselves. They can sell it to others. That's how SkyPoint's commercial space is handled. Developers like to play dumb or pretend the market isn't there for integrated commercial uses, when the truth is they're lazy and don't want to do anything outside of their high margin, residential only comfort zone. One commenter on Urban's Facebook page said it best. There are entities that are focused on extracting as much profit from this community as they can get. I've got no problem with the government forcing them to take a more thoughtful approach with their developments or not be allowed to operate here. They can go trash some other city. They've already made ours unlivable enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, we have our next 5 up.
Yes, sir. I just need Leanne Benetti to turn on her video.
Uh-oh. How do I do that?
Leanne, just turn on the video icon. You should see a video icon in the panel.
Okay. There we go.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank
I
you.
do.
Thank you.
I do.
All right, we'll start out with Ms. Jean Strohmeyer. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Let's do a sound check. Okay, hi, my name is Jean Strohmeyer. The goal outlined in the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and land use was for South Tampa Peninsula to remain stable with no net increase in population density. I'm not sure why this is so difficult to comprehend and implement, since population almost doubled in 5 years. This project did not have any traffic studies done. Mr. Lum mentioned he's building affordable housing by mentioning nurses and teachers and first responders, and that's just to yank your heartstrings. I lived in a studio efficiency apartment when I was 15 years old, 15 and 16 years old. But once I grew up, I had no desire to live there again. So do professionals like nurses, teachers, and first responders want to live in micro apartments and not have families that when they come to visit, they have to sleep on the micro floor? Failing businesses at this site. Well, how long does a business have to be in business to be a success? What makes it a failure? The skating rink was set up to fail. They didn't even have real skates. It was a joke. It was a, come in quick buck, make a quick chuck, make a buck. The brewery is an asset. Everybody loves the brewery. So could those businesses in that particular location be failing because the owner lacks interest in the area? He's been trying to sell, trying to get rid of, and he's had a lot of opportunity, but just hasn't done it. I've had people tell me about that. Micro apartments and studio apartments are not the answer. We need these businesses for jobs. At this project, they want to retain less than 40% of the existing trees on the site. There's barely any trees there anyway. They just want to pay into the tree fund and be done with it. It's all about that, but not green space. So basically, they want to remove all the trees on the site. They want half the green space. And where will the dogs poop? Or will they not have pets? They want zero easement on Oak Eller. They'll keep filling the peninsula with population density, keep on taking away our green spaces, keep on ignoring the citizens. I and others, including the experts, we're told that we're potential to die in our cars while trying to evacuate during a storm surge event. The most important job is to keep the citizens safe. So when, not if, a major evacuation happens, whether it's hurricane, storm surge, or another 9/11, and we can't get out, I and the rest of our neighbors will literally remember each one of you, every one of you by name. And you will be the ones who killed them. It'll be you. And I'm telling you. So good night, have a good day.
Thank you. Ms. Denault? Ms. Denault?
Good evening. My name is Callie Deno. I'm the Port Tampa Civic Association president. I have stood before you on behalf of my neighborhood many times to not only oppose rezoning requests for more apartments, but expressed our desperate need for commercial and retail. Not only does this remove a couple amazing local businesses from our community, but this proposal does not contribute to the community. They're not offering to build green space. They want to reduce the trees they should add, as well as reduce parking spaces, pushing parked cars onto the streets of the neighborhood next door. Right now, the main entrance and exit for this business is Gandy Boulevard, protecting the neighborhood behind it. I don't understand how they're not required to conduct a legitimate traffic study on how this will impact that neighborhood when they open up road access to Oak Keller. It sounds ridiculous that this will impact the neighborhood in a positive way. Not only will they be significantly impacted by the apartments, but this will allow people to easily cut through from Gandy Boulevard to West Shore and avoid Gandy. Due to the size and nature of the existing building and the parking on this site, it is a great location with a lot of potential for future businesses. With marketing efforts, this space could bring what our community is desperately lacking, commercial and retail. Our community could also use affordable housing, but is $1,200 per month for a studio apartment feasible for a family? Are we really calling that affordable? Attainable, sure. Practical for a family? No. Are you implying first responders and nurses don't have families and won't need additional bedrooms? Please don't penalize 81 Bay and the surrounding community for one owner's effort. Please don't set this precedence for future rezoning requests. What was failed to be mentioned is UFIT failed during COVID-19. It was a gym. They couldn't allow people to use it. They lost their members. Of course it's going to fail. I understand there are vacant spaces in this building, but as we all know too well, we are increasing that low foot traffic that was mentioned. We're increasing the density of this area like crazy. We'll have plenty of people to frequent whatever business can move into those spaces. According to the EDC, Tampa Metro is among the best large cities to start a business per Wallet Hub. Let's leave them a place to do so. As mentioned several times, one of the existing businesses is 81 Bay Brewing. It is not only one of the only businesses of its kind in our neighborhood, but it gives back to the community. It supports other local businesses by hosting market nights. It hosts events in support of veterans. It welcomes families with kids and pets by providing games, food trucks, and live music. They're consistently looking for ways to entertain the community and provide a local outlet for people to go. If you look up and down Gandy Boulevard from Dale Mabry to West Shore, it is consistently mixed use. I ask you to leave this space zoned as is, commercial intensive, consistent with Gandy Boulevard. Please don't penalize the community for the past treatment of this area. Please do not add 300 cars to feed into the residential neighborhood via Oak Heller. I respectfully ask you to deny this rezoning request.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Ms. Benetti.
Hi. My name is Leanne Benetti. I'm in Mr. Maniscalco's district. I've lived here for 60 years. And I just want to make sure that you all understand how much we in South Tampa want to preserve the character of our neighborhoods and the quality of our life. I've recently communicated with a bunch of South Tampa residents. And basically, I hear the same concern repeatedly. Stop multifamily apartment complexes invading the single-family home neighborhoods. The city of Tampa has placed a very high priority on the character of these neighborhoods. That's why it's emphasized repeatedly in the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Beach Park, and in fact all of South Tampa, was designed to be a suburban neighborhood. It's completely inappropriate for urbanization. South Tampa is a suburb, as you all know. Its very identity is a suburb filled with single-family homes. Its identity is not multifamily apartment complex neighborhoods. I've gotten quite an education in the last few months. From what I understand, the comp plan clearly states South Tampa is unsuitable for high density. So I beg you, please be proactive, not reactive. If you continue to approve these high density apartment developments, we, the folks that live here, will have to live with the negative consequences for generations to come. Thanks for listening and considering our very valid concerns.
Thank you. We'll go to Jennifer Sparks.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Sparks, and I live at 23 West Spanish Main Street in Beach Park, and I am speaking tonight in opposition of this rezoning. I don't live right behind where this complex is proposed to be built, but that doesn't mean it doesn't affect me. I am in evacuation zone A. I'm in a coastal high hazard area. And if you cram more people into some of the most vulnerable parts of this city, you're making it even harder for me to evacuate, and you're risking the lives of me, my family, and my neighbors. The issue of the coastal high hazard is so significant. Governor DeSantis signed 2 separate bills yesterday to better prepare Florida for future flooding, sea level rise. Future flooding and sea level rise should also be issues that this council is concerned with. These multifamily developers come into our city, make massive profits, then leave this council and the residents with the problems to deal with. It is simply time to say, not in Tampa. Recently, Sean College on the Hillsborough County Planning Commission presented a report. Presented a report on building in the coastal high hazard area. Mr. College said the real problem we have is evacuation time. He said if you increase the population, you increase the number of people getting in their cars and trying to leave. He said we already cannot get everybody out in the time period established under state law and the comp plan. He said there is a potential for people to be stuck in their cars and in danger during a storm surge event. That's a pretty powerful statement of the danger we're in. The 2015 Florida Peril of Flood Act requires cities to adopt goals, objectives, policies, and strategies into the coastal management element of their comprehensive plan. Tampa has complied with that letter of the law, but not the spirit of that law. Even though exact wording from that law was added to our comp plan, no changes have been made to how rezonings are evaluated. These goals of coastal management are not part of the decision of whether a rezoning is consistent or inconsistent with the comp plan. The comprehensive plan clearly states that intense density and urbanization is to be directed away from South Tampa and the coastal high hazard area. I hope Mr. Maniscalco and all of the City Council understands how dangerous it is to put high density multifamily in or near the coastal high hazard area and evacuation zone A. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Sydney Sparks.
My name is Sydney Sparks. I live in Beach Park, which is Mr. Maniscalco's district. I have lived in South Tampa my whole life, and I strongly oppose the rezoning of the property located at 4465 and 4467 Gandy Boulevard. The issue I would like to speak to is our public schools. As a student, I attended Mabry Elementary, Coleman Middle, and I graduated from Plant High School. I know firsthand the issues that students and teachers face with overcrowded schools. When classroom sizes increase, teachers aren't able to give one-on-one or small group instruction on a regular basis, which causes many struggling students to fall even further behind. Overcrowded classrooms and hallways packed with students provide more opportunities for conflict, tension, and disruptive behavior. Overcrowding leads to less access to school equipment and technology because there is not enough room for specialties such as science lab or computer labs. It also leads to less space on campus, which results in some students not having a place to eat lunch because there's not enough room in the cafeteria. Our schools are already so overcrowded that many students must eat in the hallways because there's not enough room for everyone to have a seat in the cafeteria. And some schools have to start serving lunch at 10:30 in the morning in order for everyone to have a chance to eat. As a resident of Beach Park, I object this property being rezoned to multifamily. Our South Tampa schools are overcrowded enough, and I would like to thank City Council for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, we're down to our last five.
Yes, sir. And I just want to state that Anna Di Diego is still on the line. She just needs to enable her video.
Okay.
And she needs to be sworn in as well. We also have Stephanie Dosel. She needs to enable her video as well.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Mr. Vieira, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we implement a rule? I just want to address this early on because it's 9 on having to do a motion to go past 11.
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, we'll probably have to do that. So just to let everybody know, just to be prepared for that. I'll vote yes, but just.
If I can
Shelby.
if I could just clarify that, Council, and I'm going to be working with the chair about this, but you did do that by motion to amend your rules, but your rules haven't been formally amended yet. But certainly, it's a subject that is worthy of discussion if Council wants to do so.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, that's for another time. I just didn't know if we were bound by that for purposes of tonight. If we're not, then that's fine. I just wanted to address that in case if we had to vote on it.
I think once we get past item 2, I think we might be able to beat the time.
Well, thank you for raising that, Councilman Vieira, and that'll be forthcoming.
All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, what do we have again, please?
We just have Samantha Sparks and Stephanie Dosel on the line. I also have Dana Gordon. T&I is working with her to get her set up, but we could move forward with the 2 that we have.
What about Carol Morrow and Christina Rostein?
Carol is not logged on.
Carol's not
and who was the other person?
Dana Gordon?
Yeah, that's who T&I is working with right now.
Christina Rothstein?
Christina, she was the one that was on for another item.
Okay, all right.
So we're set.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and swear in these 2 ladies, Ms. Docile and Ms. Sparks.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go with Ms. Docile.
Good evening. Thank you for having me on. We are off of 4605 South Cortez Avenue. We are completely opposed to this 313 unit development that's less than 200 feet from our front door. We have 19 children on Cortez alone. Our children are growing up right now. They're all under the age of 10, and this is an extreme concern for us. Speed bumps and crosswalks would somewhat be helpful, but it doesn't help the parking ratio. And though the main entrances, you know, it's a big debate on whether it's going to be on Oak Keller, whether it's going to be on Gandy, the city entrance. I mean, there's the post office right there. We have had a nightmare with the crosstown traffic being redirected and the cut through traffic through Cortez alone. And it's just been, we are just now getting a relief with the crosstown being open, and now we have another nightmare on our hands with this 313 unit apartment complex. Also included in the plans was the South Tampa Jiu-Jitsu building. My son goes there Monday through Thursday. So many other kids in our community, you know, that it's such a place for them to have a, you know, little extracurricular place to go to. Another small business that we like to support is 81 Bay, which our family, it's another little outlet for us to go to. It's just, you know, and another thing that wasn't considered, and I appreciate the young lady but prior to me, is the schools. Where are these kids going to school? My son, you know, it's hard enough to get them into a good school district and, you know, to be a part of a good community. And, you know, where are all these kids going to go? Like, you know, these nurses and these doctors, are they going to come? Are they not going to have families? You know, another thing, you know, on our list was, you know, just the traffic and the safety for our children. And I do appreciate you guys' time. I hate to ramble. I can go on and on and on, but the main concern for our family is safety for our children. Like I said, we have 19 kids on our street alone. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Samantha Sparks.
My name is Samantha Sparks, and I live in Beach Park, which is Mr. Maniscalco's district. I was born and raised in South Tampa, and I firmly oppose the rezoning of the property located at 4465 and 4467 Gandy Boulevard. I have attended public school for the past 12 years, and I am currently a graduating senior at Plant High School. You have heard many discussions tonight regarding the issues caused by these multifamily complexes. What I hope you'll take into consideration is the impact overdevelopment has on our public schools. Overcrowding is one of the most significant issues facing our schools, students, and teachers today. It reduces students' ability to pay attention in class and can lead to increases in bullying and school violence. Students in overcrowded schools learn less and achieve less as they suffer interrupted instructional time, limited access to honors and AP classes, and limited or no access to valuable resources such as technology and science labs. When there are more students in a classroom, the increased noise level makes it harder for teachers to teach and for students to concentrate. Think of all the valuable time that is wasted and lessons that are missed while teachers are busy focusing on classroom management and noise control. The stress and frustration that overcrowding puts on our teachers leads to teacher burnout, and many excellent teachers end up leaving the profession because it is not worth the stress they deal with on a daily basis. As a current high school senior and resident of Beach Park, I am strongly opposed to the rezoning of this property to multifamily. I hope that Mr. Maniscalco and the other council members will support the public school students who are residents in South Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dingfelder, you saw your hand. You recognize, sir?
Yes, I just wanted to, I don't know the Sparks family, but and I don't know how I'm going to vote, and I'm not commenting on the text of the comments that the Spark family gave, but I do want to give a shout out to Ms. Sparks, the mother, for raising two great daughters who are willing to stay up late and talk on civic issues, and we appreciate that, and the poise that you've presented tonight is very impressive, you and your sister. Thank you.
All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, what do we have left?
All right, the only one we have left is Anna Di Diego. She still has not enabled her video, so I'm assuming she does not want to speak. And Dana Gordon is not able to join because her device is not compatible with GoToWebinar, so that will conclude public comments.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll go now to rebuttal. Mr. McLeany.
It's been a nice long evening with you folks, and I appreciate your time. Let me just start by saying, for the record, there has been a lot of information that's been put on the record by various individuals speaking in opposition to this that have absolutely nothing to do with the rezoning. Some have to do with civil issues, some have to do with school concurrency, and we've already gotten letters from schools, from the school indicating that that's happening. We submitted a legitimate transportation plan in coordination with the mobility department, which they accepted. This isn't about the components that go into a commercial center. You could build a regional shopping center here with 20 restaurants by right and maintain 2 accesses off of Oak Keller without a rezoning. We're trying to do something different, and that is regarding decreasing the intensity and going from commercial to a residential component. We're meeting the flood zone elevation requirements. We cannot increase flooding. That's a technical standard. We cannot increase traffic. That's also a technical standard. But anyway, with respect to the comments and the council's time, we would respectfully request that you continue this item. Let us go back, work with the staff, see if we can come back with a plan that is better and more palatable. And we would like to have an opportunity to do that, rework the site plan, make sure that the components of that site plan are consistent with the staff. And I realize that'll require some time. So I'm assuming that if that's a possibility from the council to go back and restudy this issue, that it probably puts us into October. So I would respectfully request that we continue this matter until October, and if necessary, then we would also renotice the surrounding property owners.
Before we go there.
Ms. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. McLeany, before we jump into the continuance, the question I asked earlier in the evening about cordoning off the neighborhood to the north, literally blocking off that current access and taking all of this traffic out to Gandy, is that something is it something that you legally can do with your existing cross access? B, is it something you've looked into? And C, well, give me A and B, and then I'll mention C.
Yes, sir. The issue that we have is that we have to make sure that cross access on the westernmost driveway doesn't affect any of the other internal properties. For example, that it doesn't affect Grace Church to the north. And I'm just not sure. I can't tell you this evening that that's an issue. As the owner, as a representative for the owner, they don't have an issue with eliminating that driveway on the west side.
Well, I'm having trouble west side, north side. What I'm saying is eliminate all of the access to the local community and just take all of your traffic out to Gandy. That's what I'm getting at, Steve.
Yes, sir. We already committed to removing the east drive. The west drive is what I don't know about because there may be a cross access that controls that. But, we don't have an objection to that.
Well, I'm sure it's not a novel thought because I've been once again reading, these 70 letters in opposition, and many of them, just like the people who spoke tonight, who live back there on Cortez, et cetera, they've been telling you guys that they don't want this traffic coming through their neighborhood for months. So this is not John Dingfelder's, novel idea.
No, I understand, Councilman. If you would if you would prefer, you know, we could ask for a continuance for a couple of weeks just to explore that one particular item. But it does involve a site plan change that requires the city staff to look at it. It's only one department, but that would require a continuance for at least 3 weeks, because they need 2 weeks in terms to, but Brian Manasseh's on the line. He can tell you how much time they would need for that change.
Well, I'm not saying that's my only issue, but obviously that's a big issue for the folks who live immediately adjacent to the project. So,
No, I understand, but that's why I was suggesting that and requesting a continuance to resolve that issue. And if you could, you have other issues, I'd like to hear what they are, so that we could address them.
Anyone else? Ms. Wells, are you still there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. One thing I wanted to mention for the record, Mr. Michelini in his presentation made reference to how his client is working with mobility and looking at providing off-site improvements that would help this neighborhood. I spoke with Mr. Michelini this week a couple of times on this issue, and I'm surprised that he brought that up in his presentation, because we made it clear to him that whatever negotiations are underway with mobility, that is a completely separate discussion and agreement that his client would have with mobility, and would not be part of this rezoning application, would not be included as a condition of approval. So I wanted council to be clear on that point, given that it was included in his presentation, but it's not something that this council can consider if you're going to take action this evening.
I apologize to Attorney Wells. I wasn't indicating that it should be part of the site plan. It was a statement that we were working with them. We cannot commit to off-site improvements, and I thought I also said that. But the driveway that Mr. Dingfelder was referring to is on our site.
Mr. Wells, I want to get back to earlier, the attorney that came in talked about maybe possible pending lawsuits to this property and not really knowing the property owners. I don't know what floor I need to get on with that question, but I'm just curious. Does your client, are they in pending litigation about the property? Do they own the property before this council makes any kind of decision like this?
Yes, sir. This property is owned outright by the petitioner, and they have the title and the deed that reflects all of that, as well as the ownership documents. But again, we're getting into a civil issue, and I was trying to avoid that, because we also had the civil issue regarding the brewery.
So we are in litigation, basically?
Yes, sir. There is litigation involving the brewery.
Ms. Wells, what is this board's role if we've got a petitioner who's coming forward to get an approval on the zoning, and they are in current litigation?
Well, I can't speak to any of the litigation. There's been one comment that there's pending litigation with respect to the ownership. But I've not seen anything, nor would our office routinely check public records and confirm ownership. The application includes 2 agent authorizations from 2 separate property owners, and we have to rely on that documentation as evidence that the 2 entities that submitted this application are in fact the owners and are authorizing John Lum and others to proceed on their behalf. We have to rely on that. We don't independently review that. If, however, the attorney for Grace Church believes that there is a genuine dispute as to ownership, that's a conversation that can be had separate from outside of this hearing. I mean, that has not been raised to date. I don't believe that attorney has reached out to anybody with the city to raise that as a question as to whether this application can appropriately move forward. With, asking Mr. Michelini to confirm the ownership on the record, there's nothing inappropriate with that. With regard to litigation between the owners of the property and tenants that is separate and apart from your consideration this evening and should not be taken into consideration. But if there in fact is a dispute with regard to the ownership, that's not anything we're going to be able to resolve tonight.
I just have a concern of how a possible vote could be taken, and we don't have clear facts, and there's seems to be some everything's not there. It appears to be not there, and we like you said, we can't do it tonight to prove that or get those facts. So I'm kind of leery at this point on this zoning, because I feel like I don't have all the information. With the church attorney coming up here, I just don't know. That's why I was just trying to get it
Well,
clear.
if council were to take action this evening, it would not constitute a taking, in my opinion. Because again, you are relying, and we have the ability to rely on the application as filed. We've identified that they have submitted documentation identifying who the property owners are, and we have agent authorizations to rely on. So to the extent that there's a question as to the appropriateness of that application, that would be for the challenging party to address that separately. But I do not believe that if council were to take action this evening, that it would constitute a taking of that nature based upon the allegations. At this point, they're just allegations that some entity, unidentified, has a right of first refusal, and that there's pending litigation. But at this point, as long as the site plan that has been submitted for the property that is identified in the application, and in fact, the two owners own that property, there's nothing inappropriate about council moving forward with this application.
Is the planning commission still on? If not, maybe Ryan can. There she is, Ms. Malone.
Hi. Sorry,
I keep hearing in this opposition a reference to there's no bus line on Busy Gandy Boulevard. Is that correct?
Our staff report does state that I'm not a HART. I'm not the a HART representative, but our staff report does state that the line is on Manhattan. I can certainly check the HART map, but that is my professional knowledge at this moment. Yes.
That's unbelievable to me. Busy Gandy Boulevard. No bus line? Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Malone.
You're welcome.
Council Chairman, I think that we have a significant number of issues that we'd really like to resolve. And again, I'd respectfully request that we continue this hearing so that we can address them, bring the necessary proof of ownership to the city attorney's office, resolve the issues regarding access. Our parking numbers, when we switched them and reconfigured the parking lot, they don't match what's on the site plan that the city staff has. And I think we respectfully would request that we have an opportunity to make those adjustments, come back to you, give us enough time. We've had 2 neighborhood meetings. We can certainly have more, and try to reach some understanding of what is possible here.
I saw Mr. Manasseh's hand. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to let you know and council know that our schedules are pretty packed. So I just want to make it clear that with the continuance that the couple of continuance we've already dealt with today, rezoning nights are out until November. And that would be the earliest date I could stay within the limit and place another hearing. So just for your reference, sir.
Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
Yeah, just to the continuance, I don't think we should punish this applicant because we have traditionally allowed continuances, but I wish that we could come up with a rule that would prohibit continuances after the presentation has already started. That staff has asked us many times to limit the amount of time that we're spending on all these things and limit the time of meetings. And it seems to me that the thing that's taking the most time is continuances. Besides staff time, it's not fair to the public. And if we allow this one tonight, we definitely need to require a notification, which Mr. McElhaney always offers anyway. But it's not fair to the public. People watch, they schedule, they come out, they take away from their family time, and so it's not fair to continuously do this. But that's a discussion for another day.
Maybe we can discuss
Thank
it.
you.
Maybe we can get Mr. Shelby to deal with that at a workshop with us on our workshop days and take that issue up. Mr. Shelby?
That'll be fine, sir. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be bringing, if it's council's pleasure, we can bring it up next week at the regular meeting and renew that, and we can even add that to the list of things that'll be addressed, if that's council's pleasure during the revision of the rules of procedure.
I see nods of head, so I guess we'll put Mr. Miranda, you're recognized, sir.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, what the consensus is. I feel that Mr. Carlson and yourself and others, continuations is one thing, but I think that if we do continue this, we ought to put a time limit. We've already had documentation from the neighborhood, and those are affected the most, and we should keep it to 2 or 3 items or whatever it is, but we shouldn't give more than 15 or 20 minutes for each side. One side gets a couple of spokespersons, and they have very well-spoken individuals that have spoken tonight, and of course the petitioner has the same 15 minutes and 30 minutes, and I think that should do it. I mean, there's issues here, there's no doubt about it, and it's got to be resolved one way or the other. And I don't want to leave the neighborhood or anyone else. I know the city, our problem is that we've had so much work in this department that they can't swim forward fast enough because the tide's coming against them.
Ms. Shelby, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, just one more comment as an aside to the public with regard to the chat function. A reminder to members of the public that the chat function is not to be used to communicate substantive matters during the hearing. If you have technical issues, that's one thing. But those people who do use the chat function very well risk being bumped from the platform and being unable to participate through that medium if they use that chat function for communicating either to council members or amongst themselves, which is accessible to the general public for anything other than technical purposes or problems. So I just want to make the public very clear that they put themselves at risk of being able to participate if that chat function is misused.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Vieira, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think we have consensus on continuing this for the purpose of time. I don't want to belabor the point anymore. I mean, would you all entertain a continuance motion? If I may, then pursuant to that entertainment, I so move.
I have a motion forward by Mr. Shelby. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want a clarification as to the specific date, the specific time, and whether there's going to be a renotice to the neighborhood.
I would move with renotice, obviously, if I may, and then the first available in November if the applicant is amenable with that. What's
Mr.
fine with the
Manassi,
planning
you
commission.
had November, correct, sir?
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi. Yes, sir. Chair, November 18th is the rezoning night public hearing. It would be at 6 p.m. Again, just for the record, we are taking cases in there, so this would hold up another spot for possible cases that haven't met the deadline for applications yet. But that is the next available rezoning night. Chair, if I could,
Mr. Manassi, let me caution you on something. If we're going to retake this on November 18th, and the magnitude of people we had tonight, it's almost going on after 9 now. I want to make sure that we don't load the deck on that night, because I'm sure with this hearing here tonight, we're going to have some people to show up possibly. So I want to make sure that, I know we're trying to get them in, but as you know, this is probably going to be a hot topic. So let's not load the deck so we're here all night on the 18th.
Chair, I wouldn't know how to handle that unless Kate, can we limit? I know we don't want to talk about that because we have a 10 limit case already. I'm not sure how Chair wants to handle that.
Well, I know that's going to be a hot topic with a lot of people that night, so we already know that. So we got this amount of time, we can prepare if we're going to go with the continuance.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize, Mr. Shelby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you raise a very interesting point, and it's a valid discussion, and it relates back to Councilman Carlson's initial concerns, because if what happens as a result of this continuance is if they come back with a totally revised site plan, and it's a different project in and of itself, then it raises the difficulty of limiting people's opportunity to address, especially if they have an interest in it, you know, a legal interest in it, to limit that. So that is an additional risk that you take when you grant these continuances. So it may be something that we may do consider down the road.
Ms. Wells, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The one challenge staff has with scheduling is when the applications are being received, they are so far in advance of the tentative hearing date. And at that point, it's not possible for staff to determine whether the applications are going to be controversial. So I know this has been an ongoing discussion for City Council, and I agree that it requires further attention, but to ask staff to keep the agenda light on a certain evening, until we get close to that evening and the hearings are already set or the applications are already set, it's really difficult to tell what kind of public participation you're going to experience. So it's a worthwhile conversation to continue having on how to better manage the agendas. I don't know that I've got an answer this evening, but that's the challenge with your request, Mr. Chairman.
I do understand, but I mean, Mr. Moresi, how many do you have on the 18th now?
Chair, currently we have 3, but just for reference, November doesn't have an application deadline until July 26th.
Mr. Rand, I saw your hand, sir.
No, I agree with you, and what Mr. Manassi was trying to address, I would imagine that for continuation, someone who's in the mode of applying may be the one that's left out. So I'm not against or for, I'm just saying that reality is, if we go to a certain limit and someone passes that limit, then whoever was the one that got left out should have been in. But we had continuations, and I'm not talking about this one particularly, I'm just saying in general.
All right, Mr. Manassi, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to hold up. Just to be clear, too, if there is a possible motion to continue, I just want to be clear, because I think Mr. Shelby stated it as well, is the applicant expected to redesign the site and resubmit, because typically 2 or more reviewers, we trigger them back through a DRC review. Some of the things that we talked about, or I presented before we heard public comment, was I heard different things from Mr. McLeany's report about removing an access. I'm not really sure which one. I heard about north balconies being removed. I heard about 4-inch trees instead of the code required ones. I heard discussion about the lock-in to types of units. So I just wanted to be clear for my side as far as if the applicant is going to resubmit a site plan, I just need clear direction on what they're resubmitting to address the concerns that were presented here tonight. Or if they're just resubmitting a revised plan, and they would have to resubmit by a certain deadline in order to stay on track with that November hearing, because staff has to have adequate time, if it does take 2 or more reviewers, to make sure that all the reviews are completed appropriately and we're presenting a revised staff report to council.
Well, I think at this point, the applicant is asking for his continuance, so however it falls, that'll be on the applicant if he misses his deadline or whatever. So that's not on us, because he's asking for the continuance. Would I be correct with that?
Yeah, yes, Chair, I think to a certain extent, and then it just sometimes they've been continued for a specific reason. So if Mr. McLeany addresses those like 5 items that I just outlined and he resubmits, then staff is saying, okay, well, if it's only going to take 2 or less reviewers, then we don't have to funnel them through a DRC review, which is a more formalized meeting where we have additional personnel review the application. If it's just talking about, again, taking out a means of egress, it may be okay with just staff, partial staff reviewing that. But just for the record, I just wanted to make sure that what was talked about tonight, if Mr. McLeany can maybe present what he's requesting a continuance for, to address specifically to council as well as staff, so we have an accurate record to be responsible when he does resubmit this plan in a timely manner, so staff can re-review this.
There is a motion on the floor by Mr. Vieira, who was seconded by Mr. Maniscalco. I'll allow Mr. Michelini to discuss those issues right now, so you can be clear before I go with the vote.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me make sure that I don't miss any of them. One involved the access on Oak Keller to be addressed. The other was the removal of balconies on the Oak Keller side of the property. The other was to increase the size of the trees from 2 inches to 4 inches. to also address the green space waiver that was being requested, the parking waiver that was being requested, and the reconfiguration of the parking lot. Did I catch them all? Ryan, did I miss any?
There was discussion about lock into the type of units.
Oh,
but
yes,
that's a note.
the matrix on the distribution of the type of units and the number of units. I think there was a discrepancy between the numbers that you had versus the ones that I had.
So then, Chair, if I may, just to address you, just so you're aware, some of this may be something that I have to trigger this to go back through DRC. However, being in November, it gives me adequate time to schedule that with Mr. Michelini, and then he could formally be on track, to stay on track to revise the site plan, submit it to staff. We review it appropriately and provide you with a revised site plan based off of that, just to address the concerns that are being brought forward.
One final comment is that there may be other issues that we discover in the process that would have to be addressed, and we certainly are not objecting to running it through another DRC to, define and review those issues. But as Ryan said, your deadline is July, so we have a significant amount of time to address that.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Vieira. Mr. Shelby, you recognize, sir.
Yes, and just very briefly, Council, I just want to share with you, and specifically you, Mr. Chairman, that I did have an opportunity to speak with Abby Feely today about this very subject, about your night meetings. And she has informed me that development in the city has picked us up tremendously, and she has informed me that your schedules pretty much are now booked up through November. So what I'd like to do, just to inform council, and I'll work with the chair and Ms. Wells and Ms. Feely to set up a meeting with the chair to discuss these issues, because in advance of bringing it to council, because this is a certain concern has been expressed by both Ms. Wells and Mr. Manassi tonight, and as well as council. You recognize the issue that you're facing.
Thank you, sir. We'll go back.
Just for the record, we're agreeing to a continuance to November 18th at 6 p.m.
That's the motion on the floor we have on right now, Mr. Michelini.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to confirm that we were agreeing to that.
And with renotice again, as Mr.
With renotice and reposting of the property.
Motion on the floor by Mr. Vieira. Got a second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro, Maniscalco, and Dingfelder. Yes?
No.
No. Motion carried with Citro being absent and Dingfelder voting no.
Thank you very much, council.
Gentlemen, are we good, or do we need a quick 5 minute or what?
I'm good. I mean, I think we.
It's up to the clerk.
Let's go. She needs to go. Let's go and take a 5 minute recess. Quick break. You gotta say something. No, that's why I did that. You gotta say, still.
You bring it to the bed, and if I feel bad now, you'll be there to rub my aching head. Yeah, I am. I'm wrapped up in love again. Yeah, you say you don't want to marry me. Look, all you just want to be my friend. No.
when it come my way. When it come my way. When it comes my way. I've done a lot of living. I've been high, I've been low. There ain't too much coming down the line. I ain't never seen love before. The first time that I saw her, just as pretty as you please. I wasn't looking for love. Love was looking for me. I know good thing, baby. I know good thing, yeah. When it comes my way. When it comes my way. When it comes my way. I'll never mistreat my woman. I do the best to make her stay. I love her for 1,000 years, and each time in a different way. She was standing in the garden, red flowers all around, sun shining through that summer dress when she turns around. I know good thing, baby. I know a good thing. Yeah, my way. When it comes my way. Oh, when it comes my way. Oh, thing about a full-grown woman, knows what it's all about. Got 100 ways to get to me. I can't figure out. Half the time she drives me crazy, but she makes it up in spades. I might have found a woman and a real bad girl. Tell me I ain't got this made. I know a good thing, baby. I know a good thing. When it come my way. When it come my way. Whoa, when it comes my way. Hey. Listen to me, babe. What I said is right. I'll leave home in the morning, baby, but I can't stay out all night 'cause you got me dizzy. Yeah, you got me dizzy. Yeah, you got me dizzy. And I didn't even see my way. Let me tell you, babe, what I say is true. I ain't never loved nobody the way that I love you. Now you got me dizzy. Oh, you got me dizzy. Yeah, you got me dizzy, and I ain't even see my way. I hear you. just can't stop, 'cause you got me dizzy. Oh, you got me dizzy. Yeah, you got me dizzy. I can't even keep my way.
Roll call.
Oh, roll call, I'm sorry, roll call. Roll call.
Carlson. Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Here.
Cedro. Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Goose.
Here.
We have a physical quorum present.
Item number 5.
We want staff
Mr.
first.
Manasseh? Oh, there he is.
Brian, you're up. Item 5.
Oh, Ms. Malone, which one you doing?
Or Jennifer? Nobody can hear us.
You plugged in, Ryan? I don't think he can hear us.
Mr. Manasseh?
We start the broadcast? IT, any help with that? Ms. Wells, are you there? Ms. Malone?
It feels like the Twilight Zone. You know?
Mr. Carlson, can you hear us?
No.
I think it's an IT problem.
Kate, we can't hear you. Can you hear us, Kate? Okay, nobody can hear us.
We believe we have an IT problem. Mr. Shelby, can you run into the hole there and see what we have?
All right, Abby says, I'm having Ryan log out and log back in. I don't know if that's going to help
I
anything.
don't think Mr. Carlson can't hear us either, I don't think. I see both ladies are running in.
Let me see if,
Sonia and,
let me see if
Lisa.
Eric is. Eric, what was Eric's last name?
We're trying to get IT to see what's going on, no one can hear us.
I'll text Mr. Hayden.
Eric, are you doing tonight's meeting?
Yes, I'm with them. I'm working with CTTV right now. The audio is on, but for some reason they've cut the feed to the webinar. So it's, we can hear webinar, but we can't hear the chambers going to webinar. So something's happened. So
You want us to take another 5-minute break?
Yeah, probably just give another few more minutes and let's see if we can get them hooked back up. Something's disconnected.
Okay.
All right, back in recess.
Sure, baby.
Well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm biding my time. Pull me 2 more, Miss Witter, got lots on my mind. I'm going back to Louisiana, to that girl I left behind. She's my kind of woman, she's just my style. She knocks me out when she looks me in the eye. I'm going back to Louisiana, to that girl I left behind. Well, she used to live in Shreveport, then she moved back to Denver. Once she gone to Baton Rouge. I'm gonna look her up, if you know what I mean. If I got to go as far as New Orleans. Been fine talking to you, but you know that I've got to get myself together. Got to move on down the line. I'm going back to Louisiana, to that girl I left behind. Kansas City, I've been to Memphis too. Never met nobody gonna treat me like she do. I'm going back to Louisiana, to the girl I left behind. Well, she used to live in Shreveport, then she moved back to Denver. Once she gone to Baton Rouge. I'm gonna look her up, if you know what I mean. If I have to go as far as New Orleans. I've been fine talking to you, but you know that I've got to get myself together, move on down the line. I'm going back to Louisiana, to that girl I left behind. this morning. Then bring me breakfast to my bed. Love me this morning, oh Lord, and bring me breakfast to my bed. What you cooked me, girl, was fine, but I'd rather have smoked Joe instead. You cook me biscuits and gravy, fried eggs and corned beef hash. Yeah, you did. You cook me biscuits and gravy, fried eggs and corned beef
Carlson. Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro. Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Gould.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you.
Got it.
Madam Clerk, oh my goodness. If you could just recognize when the Councilman Carlson also just joined for the purposes of the record.
Carlson?
Yes.
Present. We
Thank
have a
you.
physical quorum.
Here, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Manassi, item number 5, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 5 is file number REZ 21-21. It's for requesting to rezone the property generally located at 7 and 4 East Lake Avenue. And the request before you is rezoning from RS50, residential single family, to PD for residential single family detached. I'll defer to the Planning Commission if you'd please return to me afterwards. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, his audio is a little low, whoever is controlling that.
Well, IT, we hope we can fix that for Mr. Manassi. Ms. Malone, you're up.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. Give me just a moment to get my slides. Okay. REZ 2121, this is located in the Central Tampa Planning District. This is in the East Tampa Urban Village and the Ybor Heights neighborhood. It is on East Lake Avenue, just east of the Interstate 275, and then we have Nebraska Avenue to the west. The subject site is residential 10, that's the development pattern in the surrounding area, and the community mixed use 35, which is that pink color along Nebraska Avenue, are those commercial uses that are present along Nebraska Avenue. The red color is community commercial 35, and that also allows commercial uses as well. This planned development, and I'm remiss to mention that the closest transit stop is approximately 1,000 feet to the east of the subject site on Nebraska Avenue, so this is within good proximity to transit. The subject site is not located within an evacuation zone, and the closest public recreational facility is Boral Park, Nebraska Avenue Park, which is about a quarter mile to the south of the site. So the planned development does propose the redevelopment of the site to allow for the single-family detached residential dwelling unit at an overall density of 6.74 dwelling units per acre. This is consistent with the current neighborhood and the residential 10 future land use designation. The comprehensive plan encourages the infill housing, and we did find that this would be within the same lot configuration and compatible with the overall neighborhood. And it is consistent with that long-range development pattern and vision under the residential 10 future land use designation. So that does conclude my presentation, but I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, gentlemen? Ms. Manassi.
Thank you, Chair. If I could please share my screen. And if you'd let me know when you see the welcome.
We see it.
Thank you, sir. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Again, item number 5 is file number REZ 21-21. This request before you does propose two waivers. They come from section 27240, and one of them is to increase the block face average in the front yard setback from 15.46 to 24.26 feet as measured from the edge of pavement, which there's a minor modification to the reading of that as stated here in this proposed waiver. And then the other one for the East Tampa overlay is to reduce the side yard east and west setback from 5 feet to 4 feet. The applicant is proposing to rezone this property, again, 704 East Lake Avenue from RS50 to PD plan development to allow the creation of a singular residential single-family detached lot. The property contains a total lot area of 6,075 square feet, and the subject site is currently vacant. This property is located in the East Tampa overlay and must comply with East Tampa overlay design standards, section 27240 at the time of permitting, unless they're waived by City Council. Code section 27240, just for the record, states that in part any residential lot of record existing as of January 1st, 2000, which is located in the East Tampa overlay district, shall be deemed conforming and may be developed for any of the underlying permitted uses for that zoning district. The subject lot does not meet that criteria, but to correct some encroachment issues from the adjacent property to the east, this PD is required. The proposed development may not exceed the maximum density allowed by the adopted City of Tampa comprehensive plan, and this application is requesting one dwelling unit. The application requests for the lot as configured to be constructed with one detached single-family residential structure. The site is located one lot east of East Lake Avenue and North Taliaferro Avenue intersections. The proposed PD setbacks are north 15 feet, south 17 feet. Staff does recommend on the site plan show less than 18 feet. And the reason I put that there is because there was a dimension that was less than 18 feet, so we're requesting that 17 feet. The east, 4.5 feet, and the west, 4.5 feet. The maximum building height for the proposed structure is 35 feet, and the property is surrounded by zoning district RS50 to the north, south, east, and west with single-family residential uses. The aerial on screen shows if there are any local or national historic landmarks in the area, which there are not, and Jennifer did point out that the Interstate I-275 is to your west. They're one lot to the east, and here's Lake Avenue and then North Nebraska Avenue. The subject parcel outlined in the red dashed line. The site plan shows the customary single-family detached dwelling on the lot. Staff does see that the waivers requested kind of reflect the need due to the tree being retained here to the north, as well as the encroachment issue from this property that was to the east, that property being constructed back in the 1922 timeframe. Some subject site photos. You can see the posting of the sign. You can see those trees that I was referencing to as well. This is looking to the east, the picture to the right, customarily the single-family detached residential structures. To the west, the I-275 overpass with underpass as well. South, single-family. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application. We find it inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Please see findings from urban design related to the setback waivers being requested from the the East Tampa overlay. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading, as outlined in the revision sheet. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, gentlemen?
Quick question.
Mr. Dingfellow, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Manasseh, I hear what you're saying about the tree, and I'll be listening closely to the applicant, but it would seem strange to me that the encroachment from an adjacent parcel can have any impact on what you're doing on your own parcel. So, but for the tree, would that still be true?
Well, I was referring to the side setback reduction because on the site plan, the adjacent parcel is going up to that originally platted lot line, which is making them decrease this side yard setback a little bit. I think the applicant may be able to discuss it further.
Well, you see what I'm saying? I mean, if they were asking for a reduction in their own side yard setback for their new construction, then yes, they would need a PD or a variance or something like that. But in terms of if my next door neighbor has a 100-year-old house that's too close to my property line, how could that push me into a PD?
They're creating a lot that's not as I stated in the summary, it doesn't meet the criteria for the legal lot of record under the East Tampa Code. So they're creating this lot. So that's why the other lots to the east are all 48.5, and this one is requesting 45 feet.
Okay, so it's the dimension of the lot itself, not the encroachment from the house next door.
Yes, Councilman Dingfelder, and I just wanted to make it for the record to bring up the encroachment, just because we do feel that it does play a part with reviewing this, as well as how we're perceived the lot being adjusted to make the size work for the structure.
Okay, and at the end of the day, what's the staff recommendation?
It's inconsistent based off of the urban design comments, because with the two waivers to section 27-240, it does not meet the code.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else? We'll go to the applicant.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Robles, I reside at 2107 Chestnut Forest Drive, and I have been sworn in. Ryan gave you a pretty good outline of this. Let me answer a few of Councilman Dingfelder's questions that he had. This PD is solely to alleviate the encroachment by the structure to the east. This property to the east is a rental dwelling with an absentee owner in New York City, and we have been in contact with them on several occasions. And if you were to require that to be moved over, there's only two pathways to complete that. That is through code enforcement or by taking up a civil matter with the owner. It was much easier to adjust the lot line and do a PD in order to take the encroachment out of the lot. This lot is the final Urban 360 affordable housing unit. This is the 95th unit, and this property has a buyer on it and an eligible beneficiary for this lot. Councilman Dingfelder, you asked about the tree. I think there was some technicality on the front setback. In order for the tree, it has to be a minimum 18 feet, which the transportation and traffic code would have caused us to move it back to 18 feet. I think rather than adjusting it prior to this hearing was, and I believe Mr. Manassi was alluding, he would just pick that up between first and second reading and make that adjustment. I can answer any other questions that council may have.
No questions? Any questions? Okay, continue, sir. Anything else?
No, that's it. I respectfully ask council to consider this, approving this.
We don't have anybody on the
PD.
second floor, do we?
Everybody left after the last
So
one.
you don't know if the room was okay. We have anybody online?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
All right, move close.
Quick question.
Mr. Dingfelder, you're recognized.
Mr. Robles, so I'm looking at the staff report, page 2, and I'm sure you've seen it. Urban design says inconsistent due to the waivers for the reduction of the side yard setback, which we've already talked about a little bit, and the increase in the block average for the front yard build-to line.
You couldn't.
And so did you work with urban design to try and wrestle, or maybe as they used to say, wrestle, with them on this issue?
No, you're under the transportation code, that front block face average would have had to been set back at least 18 feet to accommodate vehicular parking. So it doesn't really matter what the block face average was. You're going to have to move that front facade of that house back to a minimum of 18 feet. However, the block face is less than 18 feet. Not unusual to find in a 1920s neighborhood prior to vehicles and zoning codes.
So ultimately, where does your house start?
At 18 feet off the property line, or will start 18 feet off the property line making that modification between first read and second.
And
read.
they're saying that's too far back? Is that what they're saying?
Under the urban design, that would be too far back. But as soon as urban design said that doesn't meet block face average, it's too far back, they would say, oh, but transportation needs a minimum of 18 feet for a front load garage.
And you've got nowhere else to park. You
That
can't
is
park on
correct.
the side because it's fairly
That is correct.
narrow lot. Okay, how about front porch? You got a front porch on this one?
Yes, sir.
Well,
You're a good man. Move to close.
You recognize,
all
Mr.
you
Moran?
need, sir, Ms. Kevin, is to have a house that expands from 18 feet to 17 and a half, and you move it how you want. I got it? Thank you very much.
A motion to close.
Second.
We get a motion from Mr.
So move to close.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rand, second Mr. Dingfelder. Roll call vote.
For closing the public
I'm
hearing?
sorry.
All in favor?
Mr. Rand, see what you done to me?
Close.
All right, we close it. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? I think we left off with Mr. Vieira, so we'll have Mr. Maniscalco, number 5.
Mr. Chairman, I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 704 East Lake Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date, and the petitioner has met the burden of proof and shown all evidence. Let's see here. I see that it is in compliance with applicable goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, as seen in the staff report. And that's really it. I think it's all good to go.
And including the revision sheet.
And the revision sheet, my apologies.
Mr. Maniscalco has moved it, Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Vieira? Yes. Citro? Maniscalco?
Yes.
And Dingfelder?
I'm going to vote yes with a quick explanation, Mr. Chairman. I think all of us like to respect the staff's opinion and the urban review folks' opinion, but in this case, it sounds like this particular builder is between a rock and a hard place in regard to the requirements of parking versus the requirements of the setback, and then you got perhaps maybe a tree. So with all that said, I'll vote yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 3rd at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Rebels, let me say something to you. We had a lot of controversy in East Tampa about domain, but I can tell you the projects have been wonderful. People are talking, saying it was a good project, and the houses are very nice. Like I say, my aide was able to go through the program and get one of those domain homes, Urban 360 homes, and again, I want to say job well done of completing all the homes.
And I think she started that before she was your age.
Yes, yes.
Just for the record.
Yes.
Thank you, and if I could, thank you, Chairman Goods. If you all could indulge me for 30 seconds as well, since I indulged you for the last 3 hours with the previous case.
You're too kind, Kevin.
Yeah, okay. I do want to make one comment. Yes, we're very proud of the work that we did. This is the 95th and final Urban 360 house in East Tampa, now that we've got the zoning straightened out. But if politicians like to speak of affordable housing and that sort of thing, you guys are going to be facing a crisis like you have never seen before. If you thought it was bad now, get ready, guys. Get ready, I promise you.
We know.
And it's incumbent upon political leaders like yourselves to take the political capital and take the political heat and go figure out a way to get houses in the ground, homes, dwellings for folks. It is imperative. I understand everything that y'all do is important, but it really begins with housing and people committed into their neighborhoods. And without some pathway to affordable housing, it is going to get to a crisis level so quickly, everything else you guys do is not going to matter. I promise you. So I'm done. I said my speech.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just a little courtesy to everyone. A 2x4 used to be a couple of bucks.
No, not anymore.
2x4x8 is $9.37. I just priced things just to find out what's going on. And on the cool seal, when it repair a little flat roof or whatever, it went up by 20%. And things are just going sky high. I don't want to tell you what a sheet of plywood costs.
I know what they cost. I buy them every day.
You built a house what you're building a house now.
So anyway, I thank you for indulging me to allow me to say that. I'm pretty passionate about it, and it will become higher and higher on y'all's agenda as you move forward. And I would not be dramatic in saying at a certain point this is going to slip past everybody on the affordable housing issue for citizens of Tampa, citizens everywhere, but certainly in the city of Tampa. Got to find great city. We got to just get a place where everybody can afford a place to live.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, council.
All right, we'll move on to item number 7. I think Mr. Dingfelder has to excuse himself.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At this time, Mr. Shelby's coming forward with my recusal form. Thank you. So this is my disclosure form, Form 8B, and specifically this measure is before us. REZ 2127 in regard to 3811 West Swan Avenue. I'm going to recuse myself from this quasi-judicial matter as I'm abstaining to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice to avoid an appearance of conflict of interest. I had previously worked on this project as an attorney, and therefore I'm not involved in anything that's going on right now, but just since I had previously worked on it up until about 6 months ago, I'm going to recuse myself. There you go.
Motion received and filed. Was that Mr. Vieira with the first? And thank you, Mr. Maniscalco with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, sir. All right, item number 7. Mr. Manasseh.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have Mr. Hussein.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, presenting case REZ 21-27.
We can't hear him. Can we get the volume up a little bit? IT, can we get his volume up?
Put the mic closer to your mouth, you can hear
Can you hear
it.
me well now?
Maybe you put your mic a little closer to your mouth a little bit, we can hear you.
Great. Going over case REZ 21-27, the applicant and representative is David Mechanic. Property address here is 3807 and 3811 West Swan Avenue. This is a proposed rezoning from RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development office business / professional. I will now defer to Planning Commission.
Ms. Malone.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission. My screen should be showing. As was stated earlier, this is REZ 2127. This is located in the South Tampa Planning District. The closest transit stop is only 225 feet to the east of the site on North Del Mabry Highway. North Del Mabry Highway is a transit emphasis corridor. The subject site is within a level C evacuation zone. It's right across the street from the Trader Joe's grocery store along Swan Avenue. There's some another commercial use to the east along South Del Mabry Highway, but then as we move west, we have a variety of residential uses. These are some townhomes to the south, and then it's single-family detached further west. The subject site has future land use designations. It's residential 20 on the eastern portion, that's that darker brown color, and then community mixed use 35 in the pink. The community mixed use 35 portion right here was actually the subject of a plan amendment in 2017 to approve this to the community mixed use 35. The community mixed use 35 is to the south. You see it along that South Delaware Highway. It's that commercial future land use category. And then as one moves west, it transitions from residential 20 down to that residential 10 future land use category. So as I stated before, there are 2 future land use designations on the site plan. However, the proposed development does kind of straddle those 2 land use designations. However, we did find that their use was consistent within both because it meets the locational criteria for the residential 20 future land use. It's located on a collector, West Swan Avenue is designated a collector, and that's one of those criteria. And we also found that the design was consistent with the plan, especially the sidewalk that is being proposed by the applicant. We've also reviewed the floor area ratio as noted in our report, and it is within that floor area ratio cap for the residential 20 portion of the building. So we did find it consistent. This is the long-range vision of the comprehensive plan, and was consistent with all of the policies. So that concludes my presentation, but I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Hussein.
Thank you so much. Can I please have control of the screen? Wonderful. Can everyone see my screen well? Great. Zain Hussein here, Development Coordination, case REZ 21-27. Property address here is 3807 and 3811 West Swan Avenue. We have 2 waivers requested here, section 27-284.3.3 to reduce the required buffer along the west and north sides from 15 feet and from a 6-foot CMU wall to 10 feet and a 6-foot CMU wall. It is to be modified between first and second reading. The second waiver is section 27-284.2.5 to remove a 35-inch non-hazardous grand live oak due to its location near the center of the proposed parking lot. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property at 3807 and 3811 West Swan Avenue from residential multifamily 16 to planned development to allow for the construction of a 14,160 square foot 2-story structure with a proposed use of business professional office. The subject site contains a total lot area of approximately 26,515 square feet and is currently used as a child care building on 3807 West Swan Avenue and a single family residential structure on 3811 West Swan Avenue. The proposed setbacks for the existing building are as follows. To the north, 10 foot, south, 25 feet, that needs to be revised on the site plan. To the east, 10 feet, and to the west, 10 feet. The proposed maximum building height is 45 feet here. The property is located 2 lots to the west from the West Swan Avenue, Southdale Mabry intersection. On the north side of the West Swan Avenue, and the proposed plan showed dual vehicle access points to the property on West Swan Avenue. The proposed use requires 47 parking spaces, and 48 parking spaces are provided here. The site is surrounded by a single-family residential attached use zone PD, file number Z02-18, and a single-family residential detached uses zoned residential office to the north. Commercial uses zoned commercial general to the south and east, and a single-family residential detached uses zoned residential multifamily to the west. As you see here, the overhead view, you can see the property here where my cursor is, outlined in the red, the 2 lots. If you look around the area for any historical properties, there are none. As we look at the site plan here, the structure is shaded in gray. As I was talking about in my summary, you have the 2 access points here off West Swan Avenue. We have the elevations here of the property, the south, north, east, and west, and also the pictures of the property. The current site, as we stated, at 3807, the child care. And to the south of the site, you have Trader Joe's. Behind the site to the north, you have more of the childcare, followed by residential. To the west of the site, down West Swan, and to the east of the site, entering the intersection to South Dole Mabry. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request consistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the waivers as identified in the report below and approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to help you out.
Any questions, gentlemen? Hearing none, we'll hear from the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, council members, can you hear me?
Yep, he's sworn in.
Please
Oh,
raise your right
yes.
hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you.
You. And the clerk's office did receive written comments on this item.
Council members, I'm here on behalf of Mr. Steve Shahal, who I think is present at City Hall, and he is the CEO of Fairfax Software. Purpose of this rezoning application is for Mr. Shahal to locate his company at the building that we are proposing to build. For the record, the staff report is very thorough. I'm not going to go through all the details, but we do state for the record that we agree with all of the requested revisions, and should council approve this application, we will make those revisions before second reading. I would like to just advise council, my client had 2 Zoom neighborhood meetings, and it was, as a result of those meetings, Sierra Villas Association, which is the association adjacent to property, has sent an email letter in support of our request and was highly complimentary of the design and the compatibility of the building to the neighborhood. And as part of the discussion of that meeting, Mr. Shahal, at the request of the neighbors, offered to make this proposal, which is to enhance the screening along the north and west property line of the property to allow for what would be initially planted as a 10-foot evergreen hedge, spaced 8 feet on center, 2.5 inches in diameter. And so that will become a substantial screen for the benefit of the property owners to the north and to the west. And I won't show you again the elevation, but I would just note again that the neighbors were very complimentary of the design as being compatible with the neighborhood. I'd like to just briefly discuss the waivers. We are asking for a 5-foot reduction of the buffer distance on the north and west sides of the property, a reduction of only 5 feet. However, that reduction is more than offset by the substantial hedge that my client is planning to install, which would provide ample screening against those 2 properties. We also are asking for a waiver to remove a grand tree. Unfortunately, that tree could not be saved, and it is literally in the center of the property, and the building could not be built without our proposal to remove that tree. With that, I would just like to mention we have our engineer, Russell Ottenberg, present if you have any questions, and our arborist, Mr. Ricky Federica, and we are all available to answer any questions. We respectfully request approval.
Any questions? Do we have anybody on the second floor to speak on this item?
This is Jane with Development and Group Management. There's no one to speak at this moment.
Do we have anybody,
There are no registered speakers for this item.
a motion move to close, Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have, Mr. Miranda.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. Item number 7, REZ 21-27. Moving orders being presented for first reading consideration and ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3807 and 3811 West Swan Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification RM16 residential multifamily to PD plan development office business professional providing an effective date. And I say that based on the competence of central evidence that the proposed rezoning is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development patterns, promoting a range of uses in close proximity to each other pursuant to land use policy 1.2.8 and land use objective 6.1. Also, the development as shown on the site promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposes, use, promotes an efficient and sustainability use of land and infrastructure. And the waivers that are designed to promote the development and unique and therefore in need of waivers. The requested waivers would not substantially interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers.
Mr. Miranda has moved item number 7, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera, Citro, Maniscalco, and Dingfelder. Motion carried with Citro being absent, Dingfelder abstaining. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 3rd at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe item number 8 and 9 go together, but I believe if item 8 doesn't move, 9 is invalid. Is that correct, Mr. Munez?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if we could open them together, they'd be voted on separately. The rezoning would have to be voted on first, and then to intro the DRI or item number 9 will be Susan Johnson Velez, and then if you would after that, I can go into the Planning Commission report for the rezoning and then my report.
All right, let's open up item number 8.
Together then?
Yeah, I think we.
Yep.
Together,
8 and
Mr.
9.
Chairman?
All right, we'll open up item number 8 and 9. We need a motion to open that, that's what we're asking for?
I believe,
Okay,
I believe.
all right, open up item 8 and 9.
So move.
Move by Mr. Miranda. Second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir.
I turn it over to Susan Johnson Velez for the DRI portion.
All right.
Thank you, Ryan. Good evening, Council. Susan Johnson Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Council members, item number 9 is an amendment to an existing development of regional impact, which some of you may be familiar with. These are creatures of statute that were established back in the early 70s for developments that would have a substantial effect on the health, safety, and welfare of citizens in more than one Florida county. And so for mixed-use development projects like these were the prime kind of target for these developments of regional impact. And there are several hundred active DRIs in the state of Florida currently. However, since 2015, there have been significant changes in DRI statutes by the legislature, such that now, instead of providing for state, regional, as well as local review of these projects, the review for amendments to these projects is now fully within the local government's purview. So the City of Tampa now has the ability to review and approve amendments to developments of regional impact. And the rezoning before you as item number 8 is proposing to add uses that are not currently approved in the development of regional impact project. And so item number 9 would be to simply consider adding those 2 uses to the approved development that is in the DRI. And so item number 8 will be taken up first, and then you would consider item number 9 if you decide that item 8 is appropriate and the rezoning is appropriate. I will turn it back over to staff.
Thank you, Susan and Chair. I'll just enter the item number 8, file number REZ 2128, and it's for the property at 4110 George Road and the request before use from PD to PD for office, business, or professional or medical, retail, strip shopping center, retail sales, shoppers goods, convenience goods, specialty goods with all commercial general uses, residential multifamily mid-rise, college, restaurant, residential single family attached, and hotel or motel. With that being said, I will defer for the Planning Commission's report, and if you would, return to me afterwards.
Thank you, sir.
Jennifer Malone of the Planning Commission. And so this is REZ 2128. Sorry. This is located in the West Shore Planning District. In the Carver City Lincoln Gardens neighborhood. This is an evacuation zone A. This is an aerial of the subject site. We have the Rocky Point Golf Course to the south. To the east are commercial uses, and to the north are your single family detached. That dotted line is the jurisdictional, the blue dotted line is the jurisdictional boundary. So the subject site is Community Mixed Use 35. That's that pink color, and it continues to the east, and then the northeast. To the south is recreational open space, which is the green, and that's the Rocky Point Golf Course that I pointed out before. The Planning Commission staff did find this consistent with the comprehensive plan. The uses proposed under this PD are consistent with that Community Mixed Use 35 future land use designation. We also found that the orientation of the buildings was in keeping with those mixed use corridor policies. We would just, yes, and so yes, it's keeping with those objectives and policies on mixed use corridors presented above. So the addition of the uses under this PD can be considered within this designation, and approving the request to allow additional housing types and restaurant uses to a previously approved PD that will serve the surrounding area and serve the Tampa International Airport. So that concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Any questions, gentlemen? Ms. Manassi?
Thank you, Chair. I will share my screen if you'd let me know when you see the welcome.
We see it.
Excellent. Again, item number 8 is file number REZ 21-28. We went over the request to rezone from PD to PD and all the specified uses I previously stated, as well as the ones outlined here in the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint on screen, or the presentation on screen right now, does show the 7 previously approved waivers, and that's from REZ 17-01. And then the new waivers are down below. There is a stricken waiver, and I'll explain that briefly. It was to remove the non-hazardous grand tree, but because this tree was previously cut down, it's not something that would go through with the rezoning. It would be something that code enforcement or another agency with the city would have to handle. So that's why it's being stricken from this new waiver requested, and the waiver we're left with is the section 27284.4, and that's to pay to permit payment into the City of Tampa Tree Trust Fund for the required number of trees. The petitioner proposes to rezone the property again at 4110 George Road, also known as Independence Park, from the PD, file number REZ 1701, to PD to allow for additional development option, which proposes a mix of uses to be located on the property. The property was last rezoned in 2017 from Planned Development Alternative, PDA, to the current approved PD, and approved for the use of business, professional, office, retail, sales, hotel, and adult education uses, in addition to the multifamily residential uses approved in 2006. This application seeks to add alternative additional use options to the project, which would be executed through the use of the revised equivalency matrix approved as part of the Independence Park PD and the development of regional impact, or DRI, approvals. The proposed new uses are limited to single-family attached, residential, and restaurant uses available only to the area identified on the associated site plan as option 2. Consistency with the PD zoning is evaluated through the incremental review process prior to permitting. The subject parcel contains 43.81 acres. Office development under the existing zoning and DRI approvals is 825,000 gross square feet, and includes the existing 125,575 square feet of office building, which is the minimum allowable office development. The ability to develop beyond the 825,000 GSF cap to the 1 million GSF maximum development is subject to an additional transportation impact and review and requires council approval. All the previously approved 2006 and 2017 or 2017 and the new 2021 alternative uses executed through the equivalency matrix are subject to caps to ensure that there are no net trip impacts. There are no standalone changes to the DRI, and the associated DRI ordinance, if approved, will allow the changes proposed in the PD request to be consistent with the rezoning. Proposed uses are subject to the equivalency matrix approved as part of the Independence Park project previously approved in 2017, file number REZ 1701, ordinance 2017-138. And the revised equivalency for the new uses requested as part of this approval. This alternative use, if developed, would draw down from the from the overall project entitlements to comply with setbacks and have the maximum allowable height of 150 feet. The PD request proposes 2 options for developments, and in the screen we kind of outline option 1 and option 2. I'll let the applicant present more on that in their presentation. It is in your staff report as well as the one slide. Vehicular access to the site is proposed on Memorial Highway, Independence Parkway, and George Road. These vehicular access points were previously approved in 2017 approval and will not change under this PD request. Parking required for option 1 is 3,310 spaces, including 56 ADA spaces, and 6,600 spaces, including 131 ADA spaces, will be provided. Parking required for option number 2 is 1,710 spaces, including 33 ADA spaces, and 2,369 spaces, including 47 ADA spaces, will be provided. And then for option number 1 and 2, I took a snippet from the staff report showing the setbacks from North Memorial Highway, Southwest Independence Parkway, and east, which would be George Road. Jennifer did a great job kind of outlining the area, and I'll just briefly show you that the local or national historic landmarks are not within 1,000 feet of the property. Generally Memorial Highway, and Jennifer did outline that jurisdictional line to the north, and you see the golf course to the south, as well as some commercial and then some recreational uses over here south of Independence Parkway. This is just showing you option number 1 plan. This was the site plan that was submitted along with the rezoning and for final review in the staff report. And then I took a snippet from the 24-page packet of option number 2 plan as well. General existing elevations of the existing building of option 1. Here's some more elevations, option 1 and 2 building elevations. Option 1 and 2 parking structure elevations. Option 2 building 14, and you can see the little key plan down here to the bottom right. And this is option 2 building 14 as well. Option number 2 building 17. And then staff went out and took some photos, but generally the aerial would be giving you a better idea of the surrounding area and the scale of the site. So with that all being said, the Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the subject rezoning application, and we find it consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve this application, further modifications to the site plan are required between first and second reading as stated on the revision sheet, and all my staff is available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, gentlemen? We'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Highwoods Realty. With me this evening is Dan Woodward of Highwoods and Randy Cohen of Cohen and Company. And we are here to respectfully request your approval. Ryan, as usual, has done a very thorough report, and I would state for the record that we agree with all of the revisions that staff has indicated we would make. My presentation will address both agenda items 8 and 9, although we understand you will vote on those separately. The changes are really quite simple. We are only asking to add single-family attached residential development to the property, which is in common parlance townhomes, and asking to add a restaurant in the project. The rest of the long list of uses which Ryan read to you are all ones that were approved in previous approvals for the project. At this time, I'd like to introduce Randy Cohen, who will walk you through the site plan and discuss the previously approved waivers. And I would just like to note Ryan's reference to the removal of the Grand Prix. That was due to an error on the part of the tree removal company, and Highwoods will address any mitigation requirements that are necessary and ensure that we are fully in compliance with city regulation. And with that, I'll turn it over to Randy.
Let's do sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. Brian and David have both done fine jobs describing the project. As you can see, we've added 2 small land uses to the project, being restaurant and single family attached. We updated our tree evaluation and impact analysis, which was required by permit and zoning condition. Those have been done and those have been accepted as fine. We did do some minor changes to setbacks to accommodate a trash compactor as well as the townhouse uses. And I'll go through the waivers. There are 7 existing waivers. The changes we're proposing tonight have not changed any of the justification for these waivers. The first waiver is reducing the number of loading berths to 1 for each building where a loading berth is required. That's a standard condition in the West Shore area. This project is adjacent to it, so it's a waiver here. That's how the buildings have been built that existed today. The second waiver, ironically, is another grand tree that was actually removed in 2017 or 2018, but is here as a legacy waiver and we're leaving it in place. Waivers 3 through 7, the remainder of the existing approved waivers, all relate to the alternative sign plan that has been approved for the project. The vast majority of those signs have been installed. The ones that have not been installed are the ones that would be on buildings that will be installed as they're constructed. The new waiver is one requested by the city of Tampa to provide us for the option of paying into the tree trust fund if we cannot plant all of the mitigation trees on site. We believe we can plant them all on site, but we certainly have no objection to adding this waiver between first and second reading. And with that, happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right.
In the absence of any questions, that would conclude our presentation. I neglected to mention that the arborist on the project is Ricky Federica, and he is also present should council have any questions. And with that, we will conclude our initial presentation. Thank you.
We have anybody on the second floor to speak on this item?
There's no one on the second floor to speak on this item nor on number 9.
Have a
We
motion
do
to
have
close.
registered speakers.
We'll register speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, I have Jean Strohmeyer on. However, I'm not able to elevate her. She's not logged on a device that allows me to elevate her as a panelist.
All right. That's unfortunate, so we have to move on. Move to close. Motion by Mr. Maniscalco, second Mr. Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Mr. Dingfelder, could you read number 8 for us?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Let's see. We need any magic language. Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to move REZ 21-28. Specifically, I believe the applicant has met its burden of proof, providing competent substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code, and I find that the requested waivers, if any, do not adversely impact the public health, safety, and general welfare. I adopt the findings and reasons of the Planning Commission and city staff reports as stated, and I'll incorporate their reports into my motion. Specifically, in regard to REZ 2128, move the following for first reading and consideration: an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4110 George Road in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classifications PD, plan development, business, professional, office, retail sales, hotel, adult education, residential, multifamily, to PD, plan development, business, professional, and medical office, retail sales, all commercial general uses, residential, single-family attached, and multifamily, hotel, motel, college, restaurant. Provide an effective date.
And
If
Mr.
there's any
Chairman,
changes between first and second reading,
Mr.
revision
Dingfelder,
sheet, is that what you were going to say, Mr. Dingfelder? Or was there a revision sheet, Mr. Manassi?
yes.
Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Shelby.
Dingfelder has moved item number 8. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera, Citro, Maniscalco, and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 3rd at 9:30 a.m.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to do number 9.
Thank you, sir.
Did we close the public hearing on that, Mr. Shelby?
On the number 9 on the DRI?
Mm-hmm.
I believe you made a motion to close, sir?
Yeah, you better do them separately.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco, move to close. Ms. Viera seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Mr. Chair, I'll be glad to move the following ordinance regarding DZ 02-77. For an ordinance presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, approving the Third Amendment to a development order rendered pursuant to Chapter 380.06 Florida statute for the Independence Park Development of Regional Impact, DRI number 250, providing an effective date.
Second.
Mr. Dingfelder has moved item number 9. Mr. Miranda has seconded. Roll call vote.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera, Citro, Maniscalco, and Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried with Citro being absent. Second reading and adoption will be held on June 3rd at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. We'll go to information reports and new business. Mr. Carlson.
No, just thank you to everybody for allowing me to work remotely today.
Mr. Viera. Mr. Maniscalco. Mr. Dingfelder.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with Mr. Shelby's help, I'd like to file Form 8B, my memorandum of voting conflict, specifically as related to the item last week, REZ 20-92. In that matter, I abstain to assure a fair proceeding. And I'll file this with the clerk at your agreement.
Mr. Dingfelder's a motion on the floor. Mr. Maniscalco seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, sir. Anything else, sir? Mr. Miranda.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Thank
Council
you.
member.
Motion move, receive, and file.
So moved, receive and file.
1 second, Marty. We would need to receive and file the resos.
Chairman, I don't know why we
Order
get
of order.
feedback.
Order of order. Madam Clerk.
Let's try this again.
Mr. Cohen, is your mic on? No, I'm just.
Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of things that I'd like to ask council to take up, and one of them is council needs to, I would ask, to receive and file the material from the April 22nd workshop that we omitted. So if we can have a motion to receive and file April 22nd workshop items.
Mr. Miranda has moved it, Mr. Maniscalco has second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And the other thing, Mr. Chairman, I filed with the clerk under new business resolutions, two of them to ratify previous motions of council relative to your appointments, and the other one would be to correct a scrivener's error. So if we could accept a motion for that for your signature.
Motion been moved by Mr. Miranda, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I believe now you have a motion coming up to receive and file for tonight's
Motion
hearings.
receive and file?
So move.
By
Happy
Mr.
birthday,
Miranda,
Bill.
Second to Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? We are adjourned.
Thanks, Ruben.
See you in September.
Historic Preservation, Inc., HHP&A leadership. I'm currently on the board. I've worked with Spanish Town Creek in our community fund. I grew up in Tampa, and I went to Our Lady of Perpetual Help when the renowned or nefarious urban renewal occurred. And I really appreciate hearing from the commission your interest in all the neighborhoods as part of the Ybor City historic community. And I would argue what we're talking about today is bringing together a historic community, the Hyde Park historic community. Yeah, there's neighborhoods. We share gateways. We share public